her so saucy, he'll dance like never before. And dancing with Stacy is so very lovely, you'll dance on forevermore. Dancing with Stacy is so very crazy, she'll take your breath away. And dancing with Stacy can make you so groovy, her touch have you in a sway. To calypso with this lady makes my heart beat so racy. She has me in her spell. And dancing with Stacy is so very easy. Look at me, how I dance so well. Stacy is really as lovely as the sun on a sunny day. And dancing with Stacy can be oh so tipsy as a dance on the Milky Way. To tango with Stacy when you dance with this lady, oh how I wish that she were mine. If I dance with this lady, it will make me so happy. We'll be dancing for all the time. Oh, dance calypso. When you dance, you dance, you dance, you dance the tango. Salsa with me, mambo baby. Dance merengue. Oh, yeah, 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 yeah. And you dance, and we dance, and we dance, 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 oh dance, dance, dance,
dance. Good afternoon. On behalf of the Virgin Islands Literary Festival and Book Fair team, welcome to the third day of the 7th annual VI Lit Fest in collaboration with the Caribbean Writer. Theme this year, Diasporic Rhythms 2, Interrogating the Past, Imagining the Future. My name is Alscess Lewis Brown, and I'm the program chair of the VI Lit Fest and the editor of the Caribbean Writer. The festival continues to grow and develop, and we have a great lineup this year. Yesterday, we had a fantastic day with strong representation from within our own community and around the world. Today promises to be even more populated. We could not have made it this far without our team, and particularly Charlene Spencer Johnson, who's in charge of program logistics, and she's also the other half of the Caribbean Writer. Of course, the very backbone of our technology, Adrian Rajasa and Matthias Clavier, along with Ray J. Joseph, our technology assistants from the UVI Extension Service. Other members who cradle this festival in a warm gel of cooperative hard workers include Diane Levans, our treasurer, Yvette McMahon Arnold, secretary, Michelle Crispin, Ivani Jeremiah, Janice Valmon, Elaine Jacobs, Carol Henneman, Lucian Downs, Douglas Canton, Stephen Carty, and of course, our guiding star and founder, Dr. Simon Jones Henderson, VI Lit Fest president. Members of our team are passionate about what we're trying to do here in the Virgin Islands, and we keep a keen eye out for like-minded people who wish to join us. Special shout out to all of the other people who have helped us in some way, even in making inquiries about our progress, particularly Governor Bryan, who has been a supporter of the festival since the early days before COVID-19, when he facilitated a panel. And of course, we would be nothing without our sponsors: University of the Virgin Islands, U.S. Virgin Islands Department of Tourism, VI Lottery, Cane Roots Art Gallery, Caribbean Museum Center for the Arts, Vivo, Pepperpot Press VI, Undercover Books and Gifts, and St. Croix Foundation. Please welcome today Dr. Camille McKayle, Provost of the University of the Virgin Islands and one of our most ardent supporters. Welcome, Dr. McKayle.
Thank you, Alscess Lewis Brown, for that. And good day to everyone. Good day, good day. It is afternoon here in the Virgin Islands on this last day of VI Lit Fest, the 7th annual, the 2nd virtual. And so I say good morning, I say good afternoon, I say good evening to you wherever you are. I'm Camille McKayle, and I serve as Provost at the University of the Virgin Islands. So Diasporic Rhythms 2, Interrogating the Past, Imagining a Future. This is really befitting of these times, isn't it? These times when we question what is and what our role is. These times when we reflect on what is given privilege and why. These times when we need to hear from all voices. We need to hear from all voices for context, for understanding, for debate, and for stretching ourselves. And how better to imagine a future, but through the arts, and in particular through literature. It will take all our voices and all our resolve to create that future that does not privilege, but embraces our differences and our similarities wherever in the diaspora one finds themselves. And for the opportunity to delve into these themes, I want to thank the VI Lit Fest team. I want to thank again President Dr. Simon Jones Hendrickson, who was a founder. But in particular today, I want to thank Program Chair Ms. Alscess Lewis Brown for her leadership in this endeavor, and also for her steady guidance for the Caribbean writer, where, as they say, the Caribbean imagination embraces the world. That is the embodiment of diasporic rhythms, isn't it? I thank her and other sponsors. You heard her note them, but you know, they say you can't say thank you enough. So I want to thank the other sponsors: USVI Department of Tourism, St. Croix Foundation, VI Lottery, Cane Roots Art Gallery, Caribbean Museum Center for the Arts, Vivo, Pepperpot Press VI, Undercover Books and Gifts, all those who joined the University of the Virgin Islands today and this weekend in bringing you this event. I really hope you're as excited as I am to hear from today's authors. I, for one, I'm looking forward to the Jamaican Women Writers presentations for obvious or maybe not so obvious reasons, as well as a panel discussion on microaggressions, racism, and protest, a writer's role. So I know that I'm in for an amazing Sunday. I hope you are feeling the same way as I do. So welcome everyone, and sit back and enjoy VI Lit Fest, the 7th annual, Diasporic Rhythms 2, Interrogating the Past, Imagining a Future. Welcome.
Thank you, Dr. Camille. Thank you, Dr. Camille McKayle.
You are welcome. You are welcome.
All righty. At this time, we will run that VI Lottery ad, and then we will hear from
the tourism ad as well. The tourism ad as well.
Yes. We'll run the ads, and then we'll hear from Dr. Kwame Dawes on the other side of that.
For Virgin Islands pâté, I think it is a journey cake meets the traditional French pâté. and then you throw in the Caribbean herbs and spices and sauces. I think a Virgin Island pate is different from other pates that you would find throughout the Caribbean because of the spices and the sauces that we add in. As you know, pates is actually a traditional French cuisine. It was made there, but I think we add in a little bit more sugar into our dough, and how we knead our dough and add in our butter at the temperature we add it into it makes it more of a fluffy and a flaky batter. So it's like really nice and crispy and delicious to have on a go. I think we're kind of like on the go people, although we always like to say island time, we're still always hustling and bustling, moving from one place to the next. And pates makes it very convenient and easy to have, still kind of like a light, hearty meal, but still not too heavy, and you're fulfilled at the same time. And I think we're like really big on sauces and meats and breads.
Coming up next is the ad from VI Lottery.
Everyone deserves a second chance. The VI Lottery is giving players a new wave of opportunity with the Second Chance raffle.
If you enjoy the excitement of playing the VI Lottery, now you get another shot at winning.
Every 2 weeks, one lucky player in each district will win a $200 gift certificate, which can be used at various stores in their district.
Who wouldn't want to take advantage of an opportunity when it presents itself the second time around?
Didn't win? Go for the second chance drawing. It's easy to play.
That's right. All you have to do is take the non-winning ticket and log on to winvilottery.com. Click on the Second Chance game logo, enter your lottery ticket number and its serial number, submit it, and you're good to go. The VI Lottery, a wave of opportunities.
Back to you, Charlene. Alscess.
Okay.
I think that Mr. Kwame Dawes is having some technical issues getting on, so we'd like to move to the other person on the panel at this time.
We will do Mr. Alexis Keir and Miss Alicia Valasse. They're two of the contributors to volume 35, and they have requested to do 5-minute readings. So because we'll give Dr. Dawes a moment to get in. So we'll hear from Mr. Alexis Keir first, and then Miss Alicia Valasse-Polius, please.
Hello. Sorry, you caught me by surprise. Wasn't expecting to be on.
I'm so sorry, yes.
That's all right. Okay, so my piece, Caribbean Writer Volume 35 is called My Girlfriend Cuts My Hair, and here's an extract. My girlfriend cut my hair and held me in her grief. In her English cottage, we danced together slowly, her body pirouetting around my near motionless frame. I smelt the flowers in her perfume, and her blouse brushed my face, fanning the impulse to sneeze caused by the floating orphans from my skull. Her movements wrapped around me like mine had cradled my sons as they sat high on a stool, a descendant of the chair my father had placed me on decades before. No buzzing trimmer for my children, at least not at first. Just snip, snip of appropriated kitchen scissors trying to evenly reduce hair alien to my own, bouncy and frizzy in its big circular waves. I graduated to an electric instrument like the high street hairdressers and thought my work was not bad at all, until one day, glancing away for the smallest moment, I carved a runway across the youngest's innocent head. That son's hair is now an explosion of locks, too much for me to handle, even if he would let me. Which he won't. Glares and blackmail on my part fail against the resolve of his self-expression. A rebellion which I think would please my father very much. My girlfriend cut my hair in the heat of the Caribbean sun, while my father sat in his usual plastic chair, walking stick hanging on the handle of the open kitchen door, and his lunchtime beer on the table. The little portable radio in front of him pinged out the tinny sounds of calypso. The music never changing, always different. A set of shiny new darts also lay there, brought over by me to satisfy my father's eagerness to pierce the weather-beaten board, hanging in the corner, its staples and dividers corroded by sea moss, as they called it on this windward coast. He wanted to be simply the best again, the sobriquet given to him over years of smoky Luton match nights. He had loved telling the friendly younger regulars in the Irish pub how he used to rule the roost and Oki there before they were even born. But in reality, his passion for the game could not be held up by his unreliable legs now. And it was only me who gave his arrows some exercise. Swarms of hungry sandflies hovered above Jerry, one of my parents' two dogs, dozing on the concrete floor of the porch in the shade. Tiger, the other, slept under a chair, quietly ecstatic that my father, even if alone, was here to spoil them with leftovers and treats in a most unconventional way. The dogs were English now too. The night before, I had argued with my father on the porch while rain swirled in the wind, and our raised voices were only just masked by the TV perched on the concrete outside the bar next door for those who had none. The dispute was about who he would allow to support and cook for him now that my mother was not there to. But he never held a grudge, and next day I cut his hair again. This time, thousands of miles away from that high-town living room, where my mother had tried hard not to get involved in the ritual, concentrating on her word search. We both had to get used to life now, without having her there to rescue us. But somehow, as I trimmed and shaved, I still heard my mother chivying me to get a towel to catch the clippings, or laughing and telling my father to stop with his foolishness when he bragged to the world that the hair on his head still grew so strong. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Riveting. Thank you. Miss Alicia Valasse? Alicia, are you there?
Hi, good afternoon. I am here.
Lovely. Welcome. Thank you.
Thank you for having me. I will be reading this afternoon an extract from Castor Oil Seeds. Nella, there was that call again. I hurried out to meet her. She was standing under the almond tree, cutlass and sack in hand. We're going to collect castor oil seeds today, she announced, again leading me into the bushes behind the house. You know, your grandfather and me used to do that all the time. That is how we built this house, selling the castor oil every week by the market, she continued. She continued speaking until we arrived in the castor oil tree field. Look, Delilah, Nella. Go and pick in the corner over there. She handed me the nylon bag, pointing to the bushy corner of the field. I began picking right away. Moments later, murmurs from the thick foliage of capesh alarmed me. I peeped through the prickly stems. There were 2 of them, cutlasses in hand, squashing and sniffing leaves from the thicket of plants where they stood. Grandma, come and see, I whispered, my index finger firmly planted on my lips to alert her of the need for silence. She turned in my direction, a scowl halting me momentarily. 2 men, I mumbled. Her scowl was suddenly lightened by his curiosity. She moved hastily towards me. Look! I pointed to the men beyond the capesh bush. Grandma surveyed the area, staccato hums revealing her disbelief. What I see in there? Weed? She finally mumbled, lifting her index finger to her lips to hush me. Eh? The foley boy? Come with me, she ordered, crawling on the ground, cushioned with wizened capesh leaves. I joined her carefully, navigating a makeshift footpath we found to avoid collision with discarded thorny branches and busy xandoli. Within minutes, we emerged at an entrance camouflaged by disorderly factwork branches. 2 young men stood aghast as Grandma approached them. Eh, Ligowin, that's you? Mr. Foley boy, is you that there? Grandma paced. So that is the job you telling people you have now. And everybody thinking is big office you work in when you standing by the road every morning. So that is the weed office. And the quote and the timers being the bag over there, Grandma proclaimed, pointing to the duffel bag which rested on an arranged mass of dried up wakanu leaves. Ligowin bent his head shamefully. His companion remained mute. And you, Lim, is not you that's supposed to be apprentice with the good mason down in Grand Square? Grandma's disapproval was rooted in her frown. I remained silent, secretly anticipating the next episode in our discovery. Who that woman is? Lim questioned Ligowin, prompting Grandma to lift her gaze in his direction. And is who you calling that woman, boy? Lim, shh. Ligowin signaled with his index finger. Grandma walked up to him, her hands firmly planted on her hips, her grin inscrutable. Look here, boy. I have a good mind to smack that smack mouth of yours for you disrespect. You think because you growing a little weed you is bad man, bad John? Well, big man, is why you growing weed on me land? Grandma questioned, her anger tethering. Lim looked at Ligowin questioningly. Well? Grandma waited, her hands firm on her lips. Ma, we didn't know it was you land. Ligowin ended the silence. We sorry, we go kill the plants. What the hell, man? Ligowin cut in. It's not you alone that invest there. What about my share? And you're just going to kill the plants without asking me? Lim shouted, stuttering across to the bags. Gasson, I didn't know it was her land. They tell me the owner dead. Ligowin shouted in an attempt to reason with Lim. Grandma smirked as he sashayed in the garden. Lim gathered his belongings and turned in the direction of a shady nook. So let me get this straight, Grandma finally put in. They tell you the owner dead. Of course me husband dead. May his soul rest in peace, she announced, making the sign of the cross. Ma, we sorry. We didn't know. They go in explain. We go kill the plants. So because he dead, the land have no owner. And is what you people have for brains? Grandma shouted at Ligowin. Lim turned to face his conflicted friend with his bag in hand. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ms. Valasse-Polius. And pleased to finally put a face to that name after all this time. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, it appears that I'm not seeing my, oops. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Hello?
Yes. Yes, we can hear you.
Okay. It appears that Mr. Kwame Dawes is not yet available. So this is what we will do. We will play the submission from Maroula Blades. Her contribution was done in video format. So we will play that. And then I believe I see a number of the panelists for the Virgin Islands Leo Carty presentation. So if you could please prepare to do that after the Maroula Blades presentation. Apologies, please, for the change in the abrupt change in program, but we're just trying to make this continue to work in face of the quirks in the technology. Our apologies. So we'll, Adrian, would you play the piece from Miss Maroula Blades, and then we will hear from the VI Virgin Islands Leo Carty panel.
Would go mad. Spirit lives within the bloodline. No colorism inside the tide of heartbeats. Hope swell beyond pallid divides. Spirit lives within the bloodline. With bittersweet words like blackstrap molasses. Hope swell beyond pallid divides. Where sable banners hold true to the cause. With bittersweet words like blackstrap molasses, we sing of lineage and slap calabash rhythms, where sable banners hold true to the cause, a stewardship of age-old tales, ancestral tongues. We sing of lineage and slap calabash rhythms. For the Western world, our narratives are thorn trees, a stewardship of age-old tales, ancestral tongues, salt-bleached bones filled to oceanic dreams. We have our song, we have our song. We have our song, we have our song. We have our song, we have our song. For the Western world, our narratives are thorn trees. What will tomorrow bring? More bearers of naught? Salt-bleached bones filled to oceanic dreams of sanguine tides cast on sea-salt crowns. What will tomorrow bring? More bearers of naught? Even with raised hands, henchmen mark us. Of sanguine tides cast on sea-salt crowns, let's speak of a nation's waterlogged souls. We have our song, we have our song. We have our song, we have our song. We have our song, we have our song. Even with raised hands, henchmen mark us. White masks and road-raging robes surge. Let's speak of a nation's waterlogged souls. Racism lives in the backyard sewer of virtue. White masks and road-raging robes surge, prepared to die stamped on black backs. Racism lives in the backyard sewer of virtue. We won't play fool for pistol-licking deadbeats. Prepared to die stamped on black backs, no colorism inside the tide of heartbeats. We won't play fool for pistol-licking deadbeats. Without our songs, we would go mad. We have our song.
Good afternoon, everyone. Please bear with us as we work through this particular challenge. Our next presenter is up in Kansas, University of Nebraska, and he's having some difficulties getting in. And the alternate group that we have available is Sele Adeyemi, Ronald Hewitt, Stefan Carty, led by Carol Henneman, in a conversation around the Carty slides. So right now we're going to play the video going of the slides so you can see what all of the slides look like, and then we will begin the session. So Adrian.
Good afternoon. My name is Carol O'Brien Henneman. I'm a former assistant professor of education and humanities at the University of the Virgin Islands. And I am a published writer and motivational speaker. And so it is my honor and privilege today to introduce the cartoons of Mr. Leo Carty, who was a prolific painter, writer, political activist, and definitely had the pulse of the people of the Virgin Islands. So what we're going to do today is we're going to discuss some of his cartoons, because cartoons are very difficult because you have to hit the nail on the head because you don't have a lot of room and you don't have a lot of language. But you will see as we present the slides that Mr. Carty did an outstanding job of presenting major concepts in Virgin Islands history with just one or two sentences in a pictorial way. So I want to introduce Stefan, his son. I'm not seeing him here online. So I don't want to hold us up. So if he comes on, I will allow him to intercede and continue. So I'm going to ask Mr. Sele Adeyemi to present his first two slides, and then I will present my first two slides, and we'll keep going until I see the other participants. And we thank you very much for allowing us this opportunity. Mr. Adeyemi.
And it's important to note that Stefan is here so he can talk about when the cartoons were drawn and okay, what motivated Mr. Carty to produce these cartoons on the territory.
Well, let's go directly to Stefan. Stefan is the last son of Mr. Carty, and he, of course, is an accomplished painter himself. And he is a businessman. He has a MBA degree. And he, of course, is marketing his father's work so that his father's legacy will continue. So, Mr. Carty, if you, the floor is yours.
Yes, good afternoon, and thank you for the introduction, and greetings to all. This segment is going to be near and dear to my heart, and near and dear to those that knew my father and the work that he's done, during his 35-year stay as a resident of St. Croix. And what we're doing with this segment is highlighting, most of you might be familiar with his impressionistic paintings that are very popular. And for you millennials, your parents, you probably grew up with those paintings in your living rooms. But these cartoons were done from a period between 1976 and 88, so a 12-year period. And we're just excited to discuss, because some of the topics that's going to be discussed by the panel still strikes home today. So, and ultimately, I mean, what we'd like to do is establish our end goal is to establish a fine art scholarship in Leo's name, my father's name and his legacy, but to recognize the youth within the territory and encourage them to seek and pursue careers in arts and fine arts. So there'll be more to come on that. But with that said, we'd like to move forward with the presentation and get to these discussions. So this first slide, I lived with my father from 83 to 88. I attended, and I'm a proud alum of St. Dunstan's Episcopal School, where my dad was the art teacher there as well. However, I had a bird's eye view of the process that my dad undertook when he would do these cartoons. The cartoons would do at noon each and every Saturday. And his routine would be to grab his coffee, get the coffee brewing, 7:30, 8 a.m. And, he'd play a little Bob Marley, a little soft jazz. And then he would tune in to the Doc James show. If we could go to the next slide, please. And that Doc James show really gave Dad, it was his way of staying connected to the political climate. But the Doc James show was quite entertaining. Those of you that recall, as we'd say from my Trinidadian roots, we call it bacchanal, right? And man, it would be commerce, bacchanal, back and forth. It would really be entertaining, and he would get his inspiration. He would also get a feel for what needed to illuminate it. And because these cartoons weren't just cartoons, they weren't just meant for comedy. There's a lot that he's telling in these cartoons. So to this particular one, I ended up going to an engagement with my father because as you can see, this was 83. So he did this right as I moved to St. Croix. We were out west and we ran into Senator Valasse. And we, it was a lighthearted exchange, but she let him know that she saw this cartoon and she didn't too much care for the sour grapes reference, but he enjoyed it. She was respectful, and all he wanted to do was just highlight, what was important at the time. So with that said, I will turn it over and we can get into the discussion with the panel.
Okay. Thank you very much, Mr. Carty.
Oh, thank you.
Insight. No, yeah. Senator Valasse, I don't think she liked that too much. Next, we're going to have 2 slides by Sele Adeyemi. So go right ahead. Professor Sele Adeyemi is a career educator. He's in Virginia. And so he brings great insight into his into these slides. Mr. Adeyemi?
Yes. Okay, you begin with, you begin from the beginning?
Black history begins at home.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. This, what this slide did to me is, I think the intention of the artist was that, the Black history, the Black Power movement came from the United States. And so a lot of the focus for many in the Virgin Islands initially was on historical figures that came out of African American history. I think the artist was saying here that we need to, we have important historical figures in Virgin Island history, and we need to begin by focusing on them as opposed to not forgetting those from in the United States, but certainly we should begin with recognizing those at home. The point that I tried to make earlier was that I think this was geared more towards the powers that be, the people who are in position to make curriculum changes and so forth. Because the activists, if you're familiar with the history of the activists in the Virgin Islands, they were already from the very beginning focusing on our Virgin Islanders. Yucca with Mario Moorhead, for example, from 1969, they were arguing that July 3rd, or Emancipation Day, which was not a holiday at that point, should be a holiday. Dr. Lesmo Emmanuel, his focus for his PhD dissertation, the first for anyone at Howard University, was the surviving Africanism in Virgin Islands Creole language. So again, you have that. Myself, we were involved in an organization where in 1976, we hosted the Edward Wilmot Blyden Poetry Festival at the University at St. Thomas campus. And we brought in J2 Wayusi out of New York, and the following year, Hakeem Adebuti, people out of the Black Arts Movement in the States, but we were focusing again, celebrating Edward Wilmot Blyden. So the activists were already focusing on this, but the larger society, this was not the case. And so I think that's what he intended.
Slide number 2.
Shirley King is the, considered by most, when you listen to people talking in the Virgin Islands, since we began electing our own governors, he is probably the most respected of the elected governors. He was the second elected governor. He died in office, died in 1978. But when people talk about him, sometimes there's some romanticism in it, but there's some reality also. He was known, as a matter of fact, I would see him walking down Main Street just with him and his administrator. No big entourage, not in no big, fancy car and that sort of thing. He would walk the street. I saw him walking from the ferry in St. John, going up to the Winston Wells ballpark, I guess to taking a Sarval game. He was known to do that sort of thing. And then he was known to also appear unexpectedly at your workplace, the government agencies, and sometimes people will get fired if they were caught not doing what they were supposed to do. He argued for that Virgin Islanders who work for the government should put in 8 hours work for 8 hours pay. He stopped Virgin Islanders from using government cars for their personal use, things like that he was against. When he was running also, they kind of cut some opposition, tried to connect him with the Black Power movement in the States, even though he was not really connected to the Black Power movement. But we know that he had meetings with people like Shirley Chisholm, Roy Innes, the former head of CORE, who was from St. Christ, and that sort of thing. So that's
okay. Thank you so very much, Mr. Adeyemi. So get your next 2 ready, because after I finish my 2, then you'll come back right back behind me. So my first one is Ruby M. Rouse. Ruby M. Rouse was the first female president of the Virgin Islands legislature, the 14th to be exact. And this was not just local, but national, because there were no other female legislative presidents at the time. Of course, I take, I guess I don't like the use of Black history because it's not attached to a continent. We are Africans, so I prefer African history, but it's more than appropriate for the time in which the cartoon was made. And she had mixed reactions from the public. Some people liked her because she came out of a military style form, because she, of course, was a military woman. And so she had risen in the ranks of the military. And some people said that she ran the legislature like it was a regiment of horse in the military, and some people didn't like her style. But those who loved her said one thing she did was demonstrate what military people have in common. She was decent, she was hardworking, and she was very trustworthy. Of course, as trustworthy as politicians can be. So that's my first stint. My second slide is I Know the Feeling. And this, of course, is around some of the pivotal times. Some of this is Serial King's era, and some of this is Juan Luis' era, because Serial King, of course, died 2 years into his tenure as governor. But the Department of Education had a huge strike in January of 1976 against Serial King's administration, and it caused a lot of deep-rooted hard feelings in the union, and so because, of course, people lost their pay and so on. But this comes on the backdrop of the Fountain Valley killings in the early 70s, and where public safety was in the focus. And again, public safety comes around as a major issue because crime was escalating and people were concerned. So you see the policeman going up the pole against the people who are protesting and so on. And it became like the drumbeat of the 78 candidates. So I was pivotal in this period in my life because I started work January 7th, 1976. And the next day, the whole system shut down for 6 weeks. And I crossed the picket line, much to my chagrin. But that's another chapter in a very long book. Okay, Mr. Adeyemi, you are on again.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, that's Mr. Hewitt with freedom of the press.
Yeah. Say the name of your next slide.
I think we had the day Jack cried was one.
Yeah.
And,
right there, right? Go back. Honeymoon is over. Go back.
Okay.
Go, yeah.
Okay.
And one more, right? Go back.
Right.
One more.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay.
One more.
Okay. So it's about time you. No, go back. Right. It's about time you learn to swim.
Yes.
You know, this prompted me to think about, you know, oftentimes people have a sort of simplistic view on this. And that is once they are viewing it through the colonial framework within the confines of within and under the confines of the domestic and national laws, right? The point is that the Virgin Islands at some point should be able to do for itself and not depend on that, not come back to Congress over and over, or the federal government for handout. That's what it seems to me, they're speaking to that.
Mm-hmm.
However, if you look at it, something we don't do much is that we need to go beyond domestic law and look at the whole issue of colonialism and how international law looks at it. And when you look at how international law looks at it, the federal government has a sacred obligation to provide for the inhabitants of colonies, not the federal government, but the administering power. In this case, is the federal government for the US. But the administering power has a sacred obligation to look out for the inhabitants of the colonies, to prepare them to become more self-reliant, more self-sufficient, more self-governant politically, socially, culturally, economically. Clearly, when you look at the US Virgin Islands, there has been some movement politically, right? There's been greater self-government by Virgin Islanders. But when it comes to economic advancement, economic empowerment, the federal government has been neglect or derelict with response to its responsibilities when one look in terms of international law, right? In other words, they should have been providing Virgin Islanders with the kind of support to make them more in control of the Virgin Islands economy. That has not happened. In many instances, you find people from the administrating country move into the Virgin Islands and playing a key role in terms of the ownership and management of the VI economy. So
okay, and Mr. Adeyemi, your next slide.
Right, the honeymoon is over. The honeymoon is over. This was that the candidates, when they were campaigning, the campaign and the notion of austerity, there was a need to be austere, and they made austerity promises. And I think the cartoonists were saying that as soon as they got elected, they voted themselves a pay raise. And I think, and so this cartoon prompted me to reflect on the great African former president, Julius Nyerere. He was saying that when you campaigning for office, whether for appointment or election, you go before the people and you tell them you're campaigning so that you can solve them. Once you're elected, he said, what right do you have to support or propose measures for your own personal betterment, right? He said, when you are campaigning, you don't go before the people and say, I'm campaigning for this office or for this appointment so that I can look out for my personal future. He said, you don't do that. So after you're elected, you have no right to, to work on improving your personal benefit and future, like passing measures to increase your salary and that sort of thing. So that prompted me to reflect on.
Thank you very much, Mr. Adeyemi. My next slide is a job well done. Yes, here is my slide. You notice the 3 cans of worms. We could simply just fast forward to 2020 and we still have the same 3 cans of worms. But what he was showing here is, of course, the hand of the federal government who would open the can of worms by doing U.S. controller audits. And what is most interesting to me about this slide is that my mother worked in the controller's office for 32 years, and this was her job. She was the person that went to different parts of the government and put their financial face into the public. So it required a lot of hard work because, of course, the local government resented the U.S. Controller's Office from coming in and looking, but the can of worms usually involved mismanagement of funds and programs that were being run inadequately and so on. So my mother said one day to me, and I'll never forget it, she said, what this job showed her to do was to always find fault with everything. And so it's the same way up to now, except that the U.S. Controller's Office in the Virgin Islands has now taken a much smaller role. They no longer interact with the local government on the same level. So that's my next slide. Okay. The next one is, it's our WAPA bill there. I feel like redundant in saying anything. It's the exact same issue to this day. We have never solved the issue of WAPA. And we see that from the 70s and the 80s, we had the blackouts all the time and so on. And now you're fast 2021, and we're struggling, trying to maintain and sustain WAPA. And so Mr. Carty's insight was just so timely. It's just so beautifully created because you'd be in the dark looking at your WAPA bill and wondering what you're paying for. So that's my last 2. Well, that's the next 2. I understand that Ronnie is here, so I would like to introduce him and have him, I can't see you, Ronnie, so If you could tell us, please, what your next slide is.
Okay.
There he is.
You guys can see me now?
Yes, we can.
Good afternoon, everybody. Sorry I
Good
took so long to
afternoon.
get on.
That's okay, Ron. We you know, we had to improvise a little, but that's great. I'm so glad to have you here. Ronald Hewitt is, of course, a historian and a career educator, and he brings great insight into these kinds of activities simply because he has recorded and viewed a lot of history. So if you could start, Ron, with your first slide.
We're picking up from where we left off the last time because Skylab would be my last one.
Well, whichever way, okay, whatever way you want to do it.
Skylab.
Go right ahead.
Okay. One of the things that I think Mr. Carty did here is he pointed out the myriads of problems we actually have in the Virgin Islands, and some of these problems are really, really difficult for local people to actually live here. And that's one of the reasons why you probably see a lot of people leaving, because, you know, he used the term Skylab. And if you remember in '79, Skylab actually crashed back to the earth in pieces. And so you see all these different issues that we have. I mean, we could look at all these different pieces we're trying to actually deal with at the same time. Gas prices are high, food prices are high. You know, WAPA, well, you know, we've been talking about WAPA for a number of these slides. And so WAPA is always an issue. And then this whole issue of maybe a checklist PD, you know? So it's very, very difficult to live in a VI. And it's probably one of the reasons why we have a lot of our young people staying abroad. And this has been going on for a very, very long time. We have sometimes, you know, we don't pay attention to it, but we have a serious brain drain because of some of these problems that we're having.
Yes.
There's too many. We have to actually start to address them. And I think he's pointing them out because it's very difficult to live here if you're a Virgin Islander.
Okay, your next slide, Mr. Hewitt.
The next one is a WAPA slide, believe it or not. It's WAPA, everybody getting generators.
Go back, please. Go. There we go. Right there. One more. No, the other direction, please. Right there.
Yeah, this is the one we spoke about Friday, federal handouts. It's always a concern for Virgin Islanders. You know, from maybe as far back as the 1930s, we've been taking in a lot of federal money, and it's been keeping us somewhat afloat. But I guess Mr. Carty actually think out loud, like a lot of us. What would happen if this federal aid, all this money that we're getting from the federal government actually shut off? Where would we be? How would we deal with it? And because, you know, it helps our treasury. I mean, when we could actually have a lot of things done through federal money, but then if we doesn't have that coming in, we'll be in serious trouble. And the interesting thing is, a lot of islands in the Caribbean have actually set their own budgets. They make their own money. They actually know what direction they want to go in, even if it's a struggle. But we constantly depend on federal money, and it's a real serious problem if we don't actually find a way to actually get out of it, because we don't know if this is gonna if it's gonna continue. We don't know, and it could be a problem.
Your last slide, Mr. Hewitt. Since we have you on, you did two already. You want to do another one? You can do one from Friday too.
The one on generators for everyone. That's a WAPA.
Yes.
Should I go forward or back?
I'm not sure where
it is. Generator.
There you go. Thank you, Adrian. That's right there.
You know, it's so interesting that he talks about, well, I don't know if you guys noticed this, he have a number of cartoons with WAPA.
Yes.
And it really speaks to how long this issue has been going on. And we could think back all the way I could think back to the 70s when I actually started paying attention in the early 80s. And I don't know if you guys remember when Mr. LaMotta started this group to actually try to deal with WAPA, because the power was going off so often, man, in the 70s and the early 80s. And it seemed like we still can't find a way to fix WAPA. And so Virgin Islanders for generations now have actually been dealing with WAPA. It shouldn't be a problem that we shouldn't deal with a problem for generations. We shouldn't actually have this problem today because we've been dealing with it from the 70s or maybe even before. I started following in the 70s when I started hearing my parents complaining a lot and other people complaining a lot. And I saw watchdog groups being developed on all these different things. And yet we still have people protesting WAPA and walking around with signs even now, which is unbelievable to me. I got to big up my friend Coach Five, because he's been at it for a long time now, pointing out some of the issues with WAPA. But I don't know. I just don't know how we're gonna solve it. But we should find a way to actually solve this problem, because in 2021 we shouldn't be talking about it.
Thank you very much, Mr. Hewitt. I'm going to swing to Mr. Adeyemi to do his last slide, but if you could find another slide that you want to talk about quickly, we have a little more time. So I'd like to give you another chance. You can do one that you did Friday too, because we don't have all.
The same one, the day Jah cried.
The day Jah cried, that's the Rastafari. Yeah, there you go.
Okay, now. And again, I said, like on Friday, I believe that was prompted because a police officer was killed by someone with dreadlocks, right? And I said that when Rastafari first emerged in the VI, when it first emerged in the VI in the early 70s, there was a lot of ignorance surrounding the movement. People didn't have information, right? Most of the information, not only the populace, but people who embraced Rastafari itself in the Virgin Islands. I had a younger brother who embraced it in those early days. And the only way they get the information from, for the most part, was from like these album covers, right? Covers like this 1974. They will read information on the back of the album covers. They will look at the pictures, 74 again by Marley burning. They will look at all these pictures, the shanties and so forth. And that was the first influence on the early Rastafari in the Virgin Islands. As far as a lot of the teachings that Rastafari in Jamaica had, they had already developed various groups and yards where they will reason together and so forth. They were exposed to the fundamental text I mentioned on Friday, the Holy PB, the Promise Key by Leonard Howell and so forth. They had all that information. The Rasta Virgin Islanders, the Virgin Islands Rasta did not have access to that information, right? So a lot of time there was just trial and error as they embraced Rastafari. And so the other thing was that there were people, and you can see it even more so, who may have adopted some of the symbols. They did not really adapted the teachings of Rastafari, right? They adopted the symbols and they perhaps engage in sometimes criminal activities. The other thing you have to look at is that in the whole movement that had to do with marijuana, right? At that time, it was illegal. So whenever there's any conflict, you have to be able to settle a conflict yourself. You can't go to the police if someone come into your yard and steal your stuff and things like that. So I think you have to put all of those things in the picture. Today, however, I think we have a much clearer, the population as a whole, much more educated about what Rasta is about. We know that Rasta is basically anti-colonial, Pan-Africanist, African-centered. So again, we know that the Rastafari made a number of important contributions to Caribbean society, to Virgin Island society, in terms of self-reliance, in terms of the cultural arts, in terms of the musical genre and so forth. So we have a much better picture today, but at that time, in the mid-1970s, a key thing was the lack of information, proper information, accurate information. And I think we begin to deal with some of that, today.
Okay, thank you so very much. Mr. Hewitt, you were able to find something else you wanted to talk about? Or
if you could go back to the Free Press with Broadhurst and Jackson.
Yes, okay. That was at the very beginning.
Yes.
At the very beginning.
That I did.
You missed it.
Okay, there you go. Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, I think this is a very, very important slide here because it was great that Mr. Carty had the opportunity to honor these two guys. And when we talked about this Friday, I pointed out that David Hamilton Jackson actually kind of fought for the free press under the Danes, Danish period. And it was very important because the Black laborers did not have a voice. Black people in general in the Danish colonies didn't have a voice. And so he managed to actually get something going and develop a newspaper that actually could give news and give information to the Black laborers. But Mr. Broadhurst came in a different time. He came after the U.S. had actually taken over the islands. And one would think because of the U.S., the free press would be something that they would actually embrace. But even though the free press was embraced heavily in the States, for a very long time in the Virgin Islands, it didn't happen. And people don't really realize that because think about it for a second. The Navy took over the Virgin Islands for a period of time, and they didn't believe in the free press at all. In fact, if you go back to 1921, when Rachel Francis started his Emancipator, that was an issue. And even Hamilton Jackson paper was an issue for the Navy. And then you have Mr. Broadhurst coming along, and he actually started writing stories, and he began to get into some problems as well because I just sent out a story that happened in 1944, where they tried to actually put him in jail, and in fact, Judge Moore at the time did in fact sentence him to jail, and he actually appealed the case, and it went to the district court, and he ended up winning. But there was a case where a Black guy was killed by a white guy, and the white judge allowed the white gentleman who killed the Black guy to actually have a case without a jury. And the two witnesses in the case who supported the white guy were white, and the judge was white. And so he wrote a story where he actually, very heavy story, man. He actually went after them pretty hard, and in fact, it got him in trouble. That's the story that got him in trouble, because he pointed out all these crazy stuff that actually happened in that case and how prejudiced it was. He even used the word Hitler rights, I mean, in this case. And so that's what got him in trouble. But I think he was accustomed to seeing the free press, even with Black people, because I don't know if you guys know, but he actually lived in New York. Broadhurst lived in New York. He migrated from Jamaica and lived in New York for a while. And in the States at the time, there were certainly a lot of Black papers, and they practiced the free press, but it certainly wasn't the case here. And so these men are very important in terms of fighting for the free press. I remember in 1944, there was no Organic Act, and so these things were kind of up in the air as well, because Black people were still fighting to actually get a lot of things that they couldn't get in the States, even if they lived in the States. Yeah.
Great. Thank you very much, Mr. Hewitt and Mr. Adeyemi. The insights are just so real because we are seasoned Virgin Islanders. We've been around for a while. So these are areas of our lives that we have actually observed for ourselves. Mrs. Brown has a slide that I really would like her to present now, please. Mrs. Brown.
On mute.
Is that the slide is the slide of the
It's on at the end.
It's at the end? Okay.
Right there. Back.
Back.
Back. Back one more, please.
There you go. Okay.
As I was going through the slides, I saw this and it kind of resonated with me. And I thought that that we should at least mention it. And this was a time when some skeletons were found in the old police station. And Leo Carty's commentary under it was that these skeletons were found and they'd been there so long that nobody remembered who they were. And it was in 1978 they were found. And before that, we had the Melvin Evans administration between 1970 and 1975. And there was a roundup of people who were immigrants. From 1960, there were 30,000 people in population in the Virgin Islands. And by 1975, 76, 100,000 people, and more than almost half of them were people from other islands who would come to help to rebuild the economy, and then, you know, the immigration issues when you have situations where people are coming to make money and to feed their families. And so there was a big roundup that was ordered by the governor. And so there was a lot of abuse, you know, police breaking into homes in the middle of the night. And what I was told from some people who said that many people knew what had happened, but they never said anything about it because they were afraid that when you were picked up from your house, if you were an immigrant, you weren't ever taken back. So oftentimes people didn't know whether somebody was sent back to another island, their island, or they were sent or where they were. And sometimes people came in on different names. So you had some people who were nameless, and then sometimes you had some people who just were not, would not be sent back to where they lived in the groups that they lived in. And so just as what's going on in America now with the Haitians being sent to Mexico and all the confusion at the border and the police brutality, sometimes we look at those things and we say, oh my goodness, how could they do that? And then we have to look to ourselves. And sometimes it's difficult to have this kind of conversation among ourselves because people will say, why are you bringing that up? And where's the research? And where is this and that? And I was told about this before I actually saw this slide. And when I saw the slide, I said, oh my goodness, it really happened. I thought it was just another talk. So my only thing about is what happened to those bones? Were they finally put to rest? And so I plan to I'm committed to trying to do some more research on this particular event. But it's something to remind us about how
Thank you very much to man. Thank you very much, Mrs. Brown. And so my last slide, which is who's who in the Virgin Islands, is a happy marriage with this one, because that is at the crux of a lot of the issues with which we deal when we deal with people who come from other places. And so could you turn to that slide, please, for me? Who's who? Yes, there you go. Who's who in the VI? This is the question we have never been able to answer in my lifetime. And I'm 67 now. And we've had all these constitutional conventions, and every time they get signed by the question of who is the Virgin Islander. And if you look quickly, I was born here, but I've worked here, but I pay taxes here, but I own a home here, but I vote here. And so you have all these voices from all these different groups, all clarion for some part of the Virgin Islands identity. And truthfully, we have not made much progress in dealing with this as an issue. And as a result, we still have groups that don't interchange effectively with each other. Some people live in the Virgin Islands, but they're not of the Virgin Islands. And then you have a big population of Virgin Islanders who don't live in the Virgin Islands, but who want to have equal say. And so you have all those dynamics going on, and everybody's quarreling and everybody thinks they know. And some people want generational definitions, and other people want definitions that deal with the fact that I've lived here for 30 years. Where do you want me to call home if I've been here for 40 or 50 years? So this is the pivotal question that we still have now in the 21st century. And 6 constitutional conventions. I think we're up to number 6. If we have another one, constitutions have not been able to answer this question. So with that in mind and with that backdrop, I want to praise and thank Leo Carty for his vision, because, you know, it's interesting because he wasn't born in the Virgin Islands, but you can see that he was living in the Virgin Islands and he was participating in all our historical and cultural events and times. And so I praise and thank him. And I want to thank Stefan Carty, especially for resurrecting all of these cartoons. And I'm going to go back and study the others that we weren't given enough time to present because, of course, you know, with Zoom, everything has to be timed. But thank you very much. And on behalf of all the participants, I want to thank Mrs. Brown for giving us this opportunity. Thank you very much.
Everyone deserves a second chance. The VI lottery is giving players a new wave of opportunity with the second chance raffle.
If you enjoyed the excitement of playing the VI lottery, now you get another shot at winning.
Every 2 weeks, one lucky player in each district will win a $200 gift certificate, which can be used at various stores in their district.
Who wouldn't want to take advantage of an opportunity when it presents itself the second time around?
Didn't win? Go for the second chance drawing. It's easy to play.
That's right. All you have to do is take the non-winning ticket and log on to winvilottery.com. Click on the second chance game logo, enter your lottery ticket number and its serial number, submit it, and you're good to go. The VI Lottery, a wave of opportunity.
Welcome again. Good afternoon, everyone. Sorry for the slight delays, but I think we're moving right along, and technology being as it is, you know, we're prepared to handle it. Slandie Prinston is a contributor to the Caribbean Writer, and we're going to allow her to present. She had been scheduled to go a little later, but because we shifted the schedule a little bit, we want to put her on now before the Bishop panel. Slandie?
Thank you so much. Hi, everyone. I'm Slandie. My pronouns are she, her, and I'm going to read an excerpt from my essay, In the Womb of a Language. During my childhood in Haiti, my father never asked my sisters and me to stop speaking Haitian Creole and speak French instead. He laughed at the parents who imposed French in their households and reprimanded their kids for speaking Haitian Creole. He also laughed at folks who addressed their maids and housemen in French, knowing well their staff only spoke Haitian Creole whenever they had guests over. My dad conversed with us in both languages. His stance between the two languages was dependent on how far we were from home, what kind of folks were near, whether we were eating at a restaurant with prices in US dollars or buying banan pesé and grillot from a woman who fried everything outside in the dry heat in a cast iron grill between her legs. He did not overtly devalue Haitian Creole, but the languages he picked depended on our surroundings. Whenever he addressed me in French, I responded in kind. I started many sentences in Haitian Creole that ended in French and spoke it in the same places and around the same folks he did. On a warm and sticky night at the end of the rainy season, my dad took my mom, sisters, and me to an upscale patio in Pétionville, a city in Port-au-Prince, Haiti, where old money hides behind walls covered with ivy and large doors guarded by security guards. I was either 11 or 12. I wore a snog, knee-length, ruffled dress that I hated, with the only pair of going-out sandals I owned. I wore this dress to church and weddings. My hair was pulled into 4 tight and even puff, secured with boule-gogos and plastic barrettes. A man sat us at a table close to the bar, in a section of the restaurant paved with smooth gray stones. My parents were facing us, and behind them, kids with straight noses and bouncy blonde and ash brown curls ran and screamed while their parents stood or sat, huddled in groups, laughing, drinks in hand. The kids wore flowy tops, jeans that looked brand new, and light summer dresses that fit the setting more than my serious attire. Around the kids' parents, bright red, pink, and yellow bushes of flowers added warmth to the already stifling evening. A perfectly trimmed grass topped the remaining areas not covered with flowers, stones, or wood. I felt out of place. The other parents I saw were fair-skinned, with hair even shinier, softer, and silkier than the kind of hair I saw on the models who flashed bright smiles on Just For Me hair relaxer boxes. I always stared at these boxes when I visited the supermarket with Aunt Ro and Uncle Don. The parents were stylish, casual but chic, and their clothes looked nothing like my mother's stiff dress with her matching sheer shawl and my dad's pressed black slacks and collared shirt. I was quiet and queasy because the people around us reminded me of the girls at school who kept to themselves and did not mix with the brown and black girls. A young man emerged out of the darkening evening and placed a basket of garlic buttered French bread on the table. When he walked away, my dad said to us, Don't look at the right side of the menu. Don't worry about the prices. Get whatever you want." I reached for a piece of bread, careful not to drop it on the crisp white cotton tablecloth, careful not to knock my water glass. My mother shifted in her seat and gave my dad a side eye. Then she looked at us and gave an encouraging smile that masked either coldness or discomfort. I could not tell. My eyes lingered on the menu prices while I pretended not to look at them. I glanced at the assorted seafood options and picked something I deemed reasonably priced. "And you're sure that's what you want?" my dad asked. "Yes," I replied. "Are you sure? You know you can pick whatever you want." He insisted again. "Yes, that's what I want," I lied. Throughout dinner, my parents barely exchanged 5 sentences. The light, joyous air that encircled us clashed with the tension at our table. The education system in Haiti imposes a national state exam to qualify students for the 7-year fundamental. My school, Sainte Rose de Lima, the top Catholic school for girls in the country, developed a curriculum independent of the one prescribed by the national education system to prepare us for the educational standards abroad with a focus on French, but also participated in national Haitian exams to make sure we were compliant with Haiti's system. This exam tests fundamental abilities that a student entering their 7th year must and should have, and is usually scheduled over the course of 2 to 3 days. Schools partner with the Department of National Education to provide classrooms and staff that distribute test booklets, read instructions, answer questions, and supervise test takers. During the break we were given on the first day of my exams, my dad drove me to a restaurant that was not too far from the host school. The dining area looked like the inside of our kitchen, homey and plain, with plastic placemats on the tables. A curtain of brown beads separated the entrance from the main dining area. Another bead curtain separated the dining room from the back room, where a woman emerged with bowls and styrofoam containers. Plastic flowers sprouted from empty glass jars at the center of the 6 tables, covered with clear vinyl tarps. My dad proposed 2 meal options, and I picked the one that sounded like something I would eat at home: bananes bouillies, foie avec salade, boiled plantains, liver and tomato, and onion sauce with lettuce and tomato salad. The only other customers who walked in after us were young university students who spoke Haitian Creole and at length and shoved each other around. While I watched the university students, I thought, this will not be me. And I saw myself attending university abroad with a clear picture of what that would look like. A still picture from Legally Blonde. When the food arrived, I ate what I could, and my dad finished the rest. I asked my mother to pack us sandwiches for the remaining days. My mother mostly spoke to us in Haitian Creole. She had a habit of using the formal vous instead of the personal tu to address me. I thought it was odd, but I did not correct her. Her French sounded a bit forced to my ears, and her demeanor changed, as if she was interacting with her colleagues at the law firm where she worked. She used Haitian Creole to entertain her guests, folks who stopped by to discuss politics and or ask for favors. Thank you so much.
For Virgin Islands pate, I think it is a journey cake meets the traditional French pate. And then you throw in the Caribbean herbs and spices and sauces. I think a Virgin Island pate is different from other pates that you would find throughout the Caribbean because of the spices and the sauces that we add in. As you know, pates is actually a traditional French cuisine. It was made there, but I think we add in a little bit more sugar into our dough, and how we knead our dough and add in our butter at the temperature we add it into it makes it more of a fluffy and a flaky batter. So it's like really nice and crispy and delicious to have on a go. I think we're kind of like on the go people, although we always like to say island time, we're still always hustling and bustling, moving from one place to the next. And pates makes it very convenient and easy to have still kind of like a light, hearty meal, but still not too heavy, and you're fulfilled at the same time. And I think we're like really big on sauces and meats and breads.
There are 3 people on that panel. I believe they're Jacqueline Bishop, Michela Calderaro, and Shara McCallum. Jacqueline Bishop is a writer, visual artist, and photographer. She's a professor at the School of Liberal Studies at New York University, and she's a founder of Calabash, an online journal of Caribbean art and letters housed at NYU. She's also the author of the River Songs, 2 collected poems, collections of poems, Fauna, and Snapshots from Istanbul, among other works. Michela Calderaro has been an associate editor of Calabash, a journal of Caribbean arts and letters, for the entire decade of its publication, as well as she teaches English and post-colonial literature. She's the author of A Silent New World, Ford Maddox, Ford Parade's End, and the editor of Spring Evenings in Sterling Street, poems by Elliot Bliss. She also has just published Creole writer's biography, Sheer Bliss. Shara McCallum is the author of 6 books published in the United Kingdom and the US as well, including No Ruined Stones. Her poems and essays have appeared in journals, anthologies, and textbooks internationally. Her upcoming book is called La Historia es un Cuarto, as in History is a Room, which is an anthology of poems selected from across her 6 books and translated into Spanish. She is the 2021-22 Penn State Laureate, and her most recent book, Madwoman, won the OCM Bocas Prize for Caribbean Literature. She is currently the professor of English at Penn State University.
Thank you so much, Charlene. Thank you, Alscess, for inviting us and making space for this panel. It's my great pleasure and honor, really, to get to facilitate a conversation between 2 very dear old friends. I won't say how far back we go, ladies, unless you wish me to disclose our ages. We're here to celebrate their amazing, really groundbreaking work that has just come out. And I'm going to just allow each of them in turn first to introduce the work that is the recent book that we'll be focusing on the conversation, centering the conversation around, read a little extract from it so that you can hear what the work sounds like in the ear. And then I've prepared some questions that I will be posing to Jacqueline and to Michela. I also encourage all of you who are here, please put any comments that you have in the chat or questions that you have as well. And time permitting, we will try to get to all of the questions that we possibly can. So without any further ado, Jacqueline, would you please start us off?
So I add my thanks to being here as well. Thank you, Alscess, for inviting us. Thanks to everybody who worked hard to make the U.S. Virgin Islands Literary Festival a reality. Michela, as usual, it's always great to see you. It's great to see you too, Shara. So I'm going to read a little bit from The Gift of Music and Song, which is my most recent compiled book. It's a collection of interviews with Jamaican women writers and about Jamaican women writers, in which Shara features and Michela features, right? They're both in this book as well. And I'm going to read for a short while, probably less than 5 minutes or so, from a section where Tanya Shirley, the Jamaican poet, is talking about women, right? And how women sometimes interact with other women. So I posed a question to Tanya. My question goes, this collection, we're talking about her last collection, has really rich variation of female characters in it, from near white uptown ladies to tired, bedraggled prostitutes going home early in the morning with dark scandal bags. One of the most empathetic and moving female characters in the entire collection is found in the poem, The People Are Deading. You recoup the woman made famous by that statement and what she's saying as a profound problem for Jamaicans regarding the Dudas incursion. Given what she has to say, in your telling of the story is so important, why then do you believe that she became the object of so much laughter and derision? Now, I just have to say two quick things here about the question that I'm asking her and about the statement that people are deading. So the Dudas incursion happened several years ago now, and the United States was trying to catch this, this fellow, Christopher Cook, AKA Dudas, who was take your pick, either he was an area leader for Tivoli Gardens or he was a strongman for Tivoli Gardens. And a woman came on and she was bewailing the fact that when the police went in and there were drones being flown by Americans, so many people got killed. And she said the people are deading. And it's a little funny in Tanya's poem, and this is what Tanya says. I can't imagine life without laughter. It is certainly a coping mechanism, but the danger is not going beyond laughter. So she's saying, yes, it's a coping mechanism, but we need to go beyond laughter. One hopes with comedy that people will laugh, but at some later stage assess the pain behind the laughter. Sadly, that does not always happen. Too often we use laughter as a dismissive trope. I think some of us are still caught up with colonial ideas about language, and if a serious message is not delivered in the Queen's English, then it is fodder for derision. I was also struck by the idea of performing for the cameras and the microphones, and the assumption that we have to be speaky-spokey to deliver a message. Think of Nobody Cannot Cross It, which is another video that went viral in Jamaica. So in laughing at deading, I think subconsciously, we're also laughing at ourselves and our skewed perceptions of representation. I could go on more about class and race as well, but basically I wrote the poem to encourage readers to re-examine the YouTube clip and see that here is a woman who was expressing the anxiety that we were all feeling. And even if we laughed, we should still be aware of our common humanity. Thank you.
Thank you, Jacqueline. That's beautiful. And I love that interview with Tanya. So glad you read that extract from it. I'm going to turn it over to Michela before I start with the questions part of this for both of you. Michela.
Here I am. What am I supposed to do? Do you see me?
Yes, we see you.
Okay.
We see you. You look beautiful, Michela. If you would just maybe speak a little bit about sheer bliss.
Yes, of course.
Read a bit from it. That would be lovely.
Sheer bliss is my 20-year-long search for bliss. I stumbled into her books by chance. I never heard of her, although I've been working on British literature, post-colonial literature all my life. So I was very surprised. Who is this woman and why I never heard about her? So I was actually working on Jean Rhys, but the project just disappeared. Once I took a hold, once I was reading through Bliss's novels, I kept asking myself why I don't know anything about her. Now, until that moment, my work has always been, had always been very distant from the life of the writers that I was working on. Never mixing their biography, because sometimes I would not like the person, but I would like the writing. So I always, just as a critic, keep a distance. With Bliss, it was different because I found myself totally entangled, totally taken by the fact that nobody had written anything about her. What I found at the time, and we are talking 1989, 1990 something. Anyway, 20 years ago. What I found interesting is that my search for her changed my way of reading her books. There was always Jamaica in her books. Even when she was setting her stories, her two novels, in England, the idea of Jamaica was always there. So I started working on that. And then my own life got really, like, as I said, entangled. My life became a search. And I took into the search also my husband and my son. I dragged them all around the world, or more or less, in search for bliss. And this search led me to Bishop Stortford, where I met Patricia Allen Burns, the companion, Eliot's companion for 60 years. So what I would like to read is the meeting between me and Patricia.
Can we see the cover of the book?
Yes. Isn't it beautiful?
Yes, yes, yes.
Well, for this, I have to thank my son. I dragged him so much into Eliot Bliss's life that in the end, he decided what the cover would be. He's not a graphic designer, he's a mathematician. So that's my meeting with Patricia Allen Burns. It was the 15th of April, 2004. She was standing right in front of me at the end of the street. She seemed to have appeared suddenly out of nowhere, out of an opening in the tall brick wall that was covered with rosemary. She was leaning, but just slightly, on a stick and staring at me. Here you are, come on in. I had been walking up and down the street that morning, looking for 152 plough hatch close, all the time dismissing the half-hidden opening in the crumbling wall. A cold sweat was running down my back. The light drizzle had covered my glasses with a watery film. I felt uncomfortable. Uttering some sort of excuse for being late, I moved towards her and entered. She was already crossing a garden, then turned her head and looked at me. I told you, the house was next to the school. She led the way, waving her stick and naming all the flowers and plants that she herself had planted over the years and was still taking care of. The sheen on my glasses made every petal and leaf shine. I felt as if I had entered Frances Hodgson Burnett's secret garden. I followed her past the garden into a small entrance to a narrow, short corridor. The door on my left was to Eliot's room, I will be told later, and two other doors on my right led to the bathroom and to Sylvia's room. Past the corridor was the living room, and to its right, a small kitchen. You sit there. She pointed at a chair next to a bed in the living room. Her bed for the last 45 years. Piled on a little table were letters, pictures, and a folder. She sat in front of me in an armchair. Next to her was another small table, crammed with an ashtray, a spray for asthma, a pile of new books. She followed my eyes while I took in the room. I like reading, keeping informed. So what would you like to know? Her voice was like a rumble, a distant rumble, and she was looking at me with piercing, unflinching, light blue eyes. I'm a researcher, as I mentioned. I've read Mrs. Bliss' novels and would like to know more about her life, her work. I would actually just like to know her, since nothing has been written so far, and I like her books, I explained. A smile finally illuminated her face. She must have been striking at 19 in 1933 when she first met Eliot Bliss. I would like to know Eliot through your eyes, I said. I'll make some coffee, or would you like something else? Coffee, perfect. She stood up and disappeared into the kitchen. I didn't dare stare. She came back and handed me a cup of coffee. Sugar, I realized, was on the table in front of me. I sipped, burning my throat in reverent silence, already spellbound. She sat back in her armchair very quietly. I was an art student, very young. My father insisted that if I take up the scholarship at London Central School of Arts, to be quite honest with you, dear, I was sort of in a world I had rarely ever known. I was brought up very strictly, you'd say. I mean, we weren't allowed out unchaperoned, and you see, I was with Patience and Elliot at the time when they were parting, and I didn't know a thing. I didn't understand. It was only later that one realized. I was breathless. She was letting me enter her life. It had taken me 6 years to find her. Thank you.
Thank you, Michela. That was beautiful. You know, I love how both of you incorporate the personal, the memoir in your case, Michela, the search for bliss, that is a kind of through line for the book, as well as your critical apprehension of the value of her work. Jacqueline, I love the framing in yours, where you start and end the book, and then your voice as the interviewer is this through line throughout the guide. So that's an observation, especially brought home for me today, listening to both of you read. I'd like to start with a question, though, about more of your critical role. And Jacqueline, I'm considering both of you here critics, because I think that basically the incredible amount of research and incision of your questions is so critical. So Michela, obviously you're a scholar. That's a term you're often given as critic. But I'd love to think about these books as critical interventions. In two different interviews, Jacqueline, in the Gift of Music and Song, two different writers, I think it's Olive Sr. and Tanya, say that basically one of the roles of the writer is to hold up a mirror to the society. And I want to ask both of you, how do your books, as critics, I think you do the same thing, hold up a mirror to the society, specifically Jamaican literary culture and its occlusions, but also maybe the Caribbean writ large, given the spirit of this conversation and focus of the festival. So that's my question for each of you to start.
Okay. So I see that you can ask incisive questions yourself, Shara. I'll just start off by saying that the Gift of Music and Song did not start off as a book. The Gift of Music and Song started off as an observation and then a conversation. It was an observation on my part and talking to Sharon Leach about the fact that it was so very hard to find interviews with Caribbean writers in general, but with women writers in particular. And that's, there was no intent for this to become a book. And in some ways, I'm still quite surprised by the Gift of Music and Song. It's a surprise that keeps on giving. But even in that conversation, marks some of the things, the occlusions, as you call them, that happen very much in our society. Ours is a society that there are certain words I say that we don't like too much. Misogyny is one of them. We don't like that word too much. But we also don't like looking at very hard truths, especially when it comes to women writers, right? Mm-hmm. And how easily they slip into oblivion and how easily they disappear. I'm actually doing a PhD right now, and the PhD looks at moments of disappearance of artists. You know, when is it that they disappear, and how is it that they absolutely disappear? What happened in the process of interviewing these women is that people got very interested in the interviews and started saying book. And Jeremy came forward and said he wanted to turn the interviews into a book, and I'm eternally thankful for him.
Just to pause Jeremy for a minute for the listeners who may not know Jeremy.
Yes. So Jeremy, right. Thank you very much. Jeremy is the publisher of People Tree Press. But there were people like Jeffrey Phillips, who was everywhere saying, this is a book, you know, and everybody seemed to realize it was a book before I did. And I want to just say one more thing, and then we can go over to Michela, was that a champion of this book actually is Monique Roffey, right? And of Trinidadian Monique Roffey. And she wrote about the book in The Guardian as one of those books that she thought, and she said, I don't think people outside the region know the depth and breadth of the talent, the sheer female talent that is in the region, that is in Jamaica. And she says, I wish that someone would do a gift of music. I wish that Jacqueline would do a gift of music and song for every Caribbean island to highlight women writers of these islands. And I thought, no, I wish someone else from each of these islands would do interviews highlighting women from these islands, right? Because there's so many submerged and silenced voices, female voices in these Caribbean islands. So there you go.
Thank you, Jacqueline. Michela?
Here I am. Well, my book, and also the work that I've done with women writers. Lately, I've been focusing on women writers. By chance, I don't know if it is just chance. But I noticed, going through the work of Bliss and researching her work, I noticed how many other women writers were writing at the time she was writing. For instance, one of her companions, Patience Ross. I have two of her little books that she wrote, poems. I mean, the poems are beautiful, but she disappeared. And then I just on the side, I had Elliot Bliss and Tatan Tatan in my research, but then I came up, I saw so many other writers that were, that had disappeared. Nobody knew they existed. So I started asking myself, whether it was just that period. Of course, for Bliss, it's easy to, the question is easily answered because she was a white Creole. So in Jamaica, she was considered low class by the white colonizers who came from England. You know, they were born in England, so, and she was white Creole, born in Kingston. The Black people she loved considered her as belonging to the colonizers. I mean, her father was stationed there, was a military man. When she went to England trying to escape this community, she was considered as the classical Creole mad woman that you have to lock in the attic. But, and she was also lesbian. So she was a white Creole, she was lesbian, she did not belong here or there, and maybe, and she was also poor. So maybe sort of you can understand why she sank into oblivion, although she was very good. But what about all the other women? I mean, they sank into oblivion because they were women, because they might have been so lucky as to publish a book or maybe two books, but then their books just were not reprinted. Most of the times they had to work. So if you work and you cannot really be a full-time writer for the kind of work that you could have in those years. But I see that this happens also now. There are a lot of women who write, and sometimes they resort to self-publish. You know, I also self-published this because no publisher wanted to publish it. No publisher wanted to hear of Elliot Bliss. Who is she? Why do we have to publish her? So the fact
that actually worked in a sense, Michela, do you think? Because then Hewitt picked up the Sheer Bliss monograph / memoir of your search for bliss. So is that perhaps one other way you would recommend people intervene? is self-publication?
I think that if a woman wants to be published and publishers keep refusing their books, they should start self-publish. I mean, it didn't cost me a cent to publish the poems. And I'm very grateful to Alexandra Pringle, who is the copyright holder, who said, oh, Michela, go ahead and do it. This led me to finish I decided to finish Sheer Bliss. It was not easy to publish it.
Yeah, I asked that in a way because Jacqueline, your recommendation, which I thought was wonderful, responding to Monique's call, is that that's part of the work of correcting this. So, you know, in addition to shining a light on the omissions, I think people often want to know, what can we do then to correct this? How can we prevent the disappearance of women writers? And certainly both of your books, I said, are interventions toward this, but are there other ways, such as self-publication, or what would both of you recommend?
Yeah, let me just say something, right? After this is answering your question, Shara, though it might not seem that way initially. After we got going and doing the interviews with the Jamaican women writers, and that became a tremendous success, particularly the year we did Lorna and we did Jean DaCosta, we did all those seminal Jamaican writers, you know, women writers. Sharon and I got together and we said, okay, let's broaden this and let's have writers from other Caribbean islands, right? We did our Jamaican women writers this year. I don't know how much longer I can do this. I'm doing a PhD program. I teach full time. I'm doing a million things. I'm also a visual artist, have exhibitions coming up and whatnot. And this very year, we're going to have a writer born in Antigua, but grew up in the Virgin Islands, and we have an interview coming up with her. The interesting thing about this, and Sharon and I would talk about this constantly, was that these are not women of 1 or 2 books. These are women of 5 books, you know, 5, 6, 7 books, right? That are disappearing, right? Regardless. Part of the problem, part of the way to deal with this is, of course, conversations like what we're having. The space that Sharon, I cannot speak enough of the space that Sharon Leach made for this in the Jamaica Observer. But we have to make critical interventions into archives, people. Archives are a huge problem, right? And that's when you really see the disappearance of women. That's when people just start like vanishing before our very eyes, right? So in addition to getting yourself published any way you can, even if it's self-publishing, try to lodge your work in some archive somewhere along the way, because people just, that's where the rubber meets the road, and that's when people just start vanishing before our very eyes.
Yeah, Jacqueline, I was thinking about a conversation years ago that you and I had, and I think it was at Calabash when we were actually going up Black River, if I remember. And one of the things that I've noticed over the 25 years I've been writing, publishing, knowing so many other women writers, as soon as there's like a first book by a young male, and this is specific to poetry, okay? First book, this young poet is going to be heralded as the next Derek Walcott.
Yeah.
So what I find really is the work all of us can do. Everybody in this room listening here is a reader. So even if you can't do some of the critical intervention or the going to the archives, or if you're not depositing work in archives, it seems to me name dropping maybe some women writers and reading some might be a good place, for all of us to be conscious of, because what it does is it reifies a kind of culture in which there's a lineage. And both of you are disrupting that presumed lineage. When I'm reading Jacqueline, the interviews in the first section, it's, you know, it's great to see Lorna there and Olive there and other women. And I just wish that more and more people would be conscious, I suppose, of the ways in which this name dropping that all of us do in the Caribbean, and with good reason and understandably, begin to include more and more voices of women and to seek them out, as both of you are pointing out. I mean, Michela, you discovered Elliot Bliss in a bookshop, her novel in New York, you know, yes. In a secondhand bookshop, right?
Yes. And it was very difficult to find the book. I mean, it was dusty, it was all torn, and I simply flipped through the pages, and then I looked at the back and I saw that the author was born in Jamaica. So I said, this could be interesting. But then it was incredibly difficult to find her second book, Luminous Isle, that I could get my hands on only through the library in Venice, the university library. So it was impossible to find it, although she had published. Mm-hmm. My main resources are exactly the secondhand bookstores. There you can find it.
No, finish what you're saying, Michela.
Yeah, that's the place where I usually find the books that later on I would like to talk about. As for the fact that women writers even today cannot be published or cannot find a way to publish their books, maybe as critics, we should encourage them to send their work to, like, an essay or a poem or anything to be reviewed. That's a way to be known. If the poem is good, of course, if the poem is good, then you will have a feedback. If your short story is bad, maybe you will have a feedback how to correct it, accepting the correction. And this can create a community of women writers, women critics, women.
Jacqueline, you wanted to say something.
I just wanted to say, as you were constructing and posing this question, this issue also extends to theory and criticism in the Caribbean, right? Mm-hmm. Where, as I am doing this work now, this doctoral work, and I'm finding that the models that everybody quotes from are not holding for me, I start looking around and saying, well, who else is there, right? And, you know, why is this tradition so masculine, right? Which is not to say that what Brathwaite has to say about creolization isn't good, or what Glissant has to say, or what not, even though it's not holding for me, which is not to say that this is not wonderful. Let me just say, because Alscess might start breaking out into hives here, I was Brathwaite's student. We used to walk around the park and recite poems to each other. He would call me at home. I love that man dearly. So don't break into hives just yet, Alscess. I love that man, right? Right? But that's just a very, Stuart Hall, it's just a very masculine tradition, right? Of theory and criticism. And you start to say, well, where are the women in there? And it's the same. There isn't a collection of essays by Sylvia Wynter, right? And that's just a very important voice. And it's the same story all over again, right?
Well, I think, though, that, you know, what both of you showcase in your work, and this includes you too, Michela, it's not that there's a lack of the work that's available.
That's right.
What happens, and that's why I know that it sounded maybe a little bit simplistic to say this, but the name dropping that just does go on in terms of who's winning what, or, you know, that kind of stuff, or like, who should you pay attention to, really? That's the reason for me bringing this into the conversation. If more consciousness and thought is made to who are you citing? You know, I mean, and especially I would exhort men and women alike to be conscious of this, because it's not only men who will prefer the voices of other men, but, you know, Jean DaCosta calls this out, absolutely, when you interviewed her and said, why did she choose to make her narrator of her children's book a boy? I've seen this for, you know, decades of teaching. Boys will read books about boys. Girls will read books about boys and girls, right? So in terms of this gendered problem, and so if you figure out how many fewer people are speaking about books, if you have that kind of skew going on, it takes the consciousness of the reader and the critic and the writer to say, I want to expand what I read, I want to value a lot of it, and I want to call out the names of these people, which is what I see both of you doing. We don't have a lot of time, I know, left in the panel, so I would like to also really encourage anyone listening to chime in. It's really hard on Zoom just to be looking at a screen the whole time. Chatting or offering questions is a way to engage. And I'd like to just read a comment that's not a question by Nancy Ann Miller.
Yeah.
Because I think it's a great comment that will elicit responses from you both. Good point about the disappearance of women artists, writers, Jacqueline. I find aggression is still not welcomed if you're a woman artist, writer. Things are changing, yes, but I can see how some women might have capitulated as their assertion was not valued. So just to think about that comment really, and how we might turn that also into generating further thoughts.
I'd like to also add that thank you for your comment about the hives, Jacqueline. But I always had a sense of a lot of the mail that there's a lot of male writers in within the Caribbean region, and I have an opportunity to interact with a lot of them by email and often sometimes by telephone. And you know, there's an aesthetic, and we all feel it. I know exactly what you're speaking of, and so we have to consciously make a point to extend ourselves beyond that boundary and include women in this dynamic. And this is one of the things that we try to do at the Caribbean Writer. And sometimes there's some men who are very sensitive to that, like Kwame Dawes, for example, who's our next up.
Yes.
He's very sensitive to that. You know, we've had this conversation, especially when we were trying to situate the Lit Fest in a way that it could embrace the diaspora. He gave us a lot of pointers on developing the Lit Fest. So I was really happy to invite him back. But there are some men who are very conscious of that. There are other men who don't realize, I don't know if they don't realize it, and women just kind of capitulate. And the dance there's a dance that's going on, and it's good that you're recognizing that dance so that we can begin to look at that and not listen to the noise of what's good or what's bad that we're writing, and just go forward with what's in our gut, you know, what we want to say. Okay, I just thought I would say that in response to the hive comment.
And Mervyn Morris is a name I would call out in that same regard. So this is not necessarily absolutely to say, and Jacqueline pointed this out too, you know, this is not to say there are not men doing this, but you know, you can see though there's a disparity. And some of this, again, I think comes down to reading, which is why I brought up Jean DaCosta's comment. You know, if women are writing about women's bodies, and those are the landscape of the work, there is still some degree, I think, of pushback about that being seen as the stuff of literature. So we have to continue to, I think, expand.
Yeah, I think if we had a sense of how much time we had, that would be good.
I don't have any more time. The time is up.
Oh, okay. Can I just add something very quickly?
Yes, you may. Yes, you may.
Okay. I just wanted to say that going through all these neglected writers while searching for Bliss, I also encountered many writers women writers, who would write under man name. For instance, one that was a good friend of Elliot Bliss and actually Patricia, she wrote under the name of Marie Constantine, while her name was Kay Burdekin. And she wrote about, she wrote dystopic novels. And at that time, dystopic novel was not exactly, but she was very successful. but only because she wrote under a man name.
Nancy and Miller, you are absolutely correct. I see your comment and I'll write to you, right? And I look forward to what Kwame has to say. Kwame is a huge supporter and I appreciate that.
So I'd like to just call out one more comment in the chat from somebody who's here, which is, it's a question, how many heroes and heroines do we need? And I want to underscore the point, we need to value our own thinking and reading and be more democratic. Yeah. Exactly. What this takes is the commitment to reading and reading widely and not choosing, by the way, to then just replace one or two male names with one or two female names, but to just take in the great wealth of work that's being done. So again, thank you, Alscess. We will conclude our time so that Kwame can read, and we all look forward to hearing him, of course.
Excellent. This was a very engaging comment. And every time we finish a panel, people ask, why does it have to end? And I really don't want this to end either. But the afternoon is short, and we have another super presentation coming up. Kwame Dawes will be doing a poetry workshop. So please don't leave us, ladies. Continue to join us. Kwame Dawes is the author of 22 books of poetry and numerous other books of fiction, criticism, and essays. His collection, Nebraska, was published in 2020. He's a Glenna Lucci editor of Prairie Schooner and teaches at the University of Nebraska and the Pacific MFA program. He's a director of the African Poetry Book Fund and artistic director of the Calabash International Literary Festival. Dawes is a chancellor of the Academy of American Poets and a fellow of the Royal Society of Literature. His awards include an Emmy, the Forward Poetry Prize, a Guggenheim Fellowship, and the prestigious Wyndham Campbell Prize for Poetry. In 2021, Kwame Dawes was named Editor of American Life in Poetry. Please welcome Kwame Dawes.
Nice to see you, Kwame.
Hi, Kwame.
Hello.
Hello, guys. Hey. It was good listening to this this panel and the panel before. Very, very engaging. I've been thinking about something that is actually happening with African poetry. Just anecdotally, we publish, this is the African Poetry Book Fund, we publish a chapbook box set every year. So that means we publish a chapbook box set of about 10 to 12. This year we're doing 13 unpublished African poets who've just began their careers. And it's been fantastic. But the funny thing is, and we've been doing, this is our eighth one. I think 80% of the poets that we publish are women. It may be more, it may be 85. And it's a conscious thing, but we don't have to do it consciously. That's the work has just been that urgent at this time. But I've realized, I think Shara mentioned it and Jackie mentioned it and so on, which is the importance of Jackie's work, is that publishing is one part of the process. But if it's not followed up by that idea of critical reception, adoption and teaching, archiving and efforts around archiving, the disappearance happens. It's a very, very strange thing. And we've seen it with many writers. Una Marson disappeared for a stretch until some effort was made to bring back her work and to pay attention to it. But we have to do it. I guess that work has to be done now. So in the African Poetry Book Fund, I'm all over the place. But in that one, we've started a series called On African Poetry, which is a critical series that people write about. Books like what Jackie does with the interviews would be in that series. Criticism, but also collections of essays and things like that. And that's why. That's crudely why. We can keep publishing voices, but books stay in print for only so long until they become a part of the... And yet people say, well, you know, people don't write for the Academy. Yes, this is true, but the truth is you ask yourself, who do you remember? You know, how do you remember D.H. Lawrence? It's either a movie you saw or you learned it in school. It's just the way it is. So if we ignore that, and if women's voices if we ignore that for women's voices, I think that's so this is why this kind of conversation and work, I think, is important. But the compelling truth now is that the work is there. I mean, you can't, even now when you say, all right, let's do a Caribbean poetry event, it's pure women you're going to call right away. I mean, it's just hard. You have to do affirmative action for the guys to when you think, you know, of the voices that, you know, we do champion and we put on a high pedestal, Kamau and Derek, but you know, after that, once you start getting into the conversation, how can you, I mean, Lorna Goodison's body of work is probably even more substantial and significant, and she's still working than these guys. So anyway, it's interesting, but so that was good to hear, and I just see a lot of work that can be done in that regard. I guess my role is I want to do something, because my talk was it's a kind of talk, and I guess I don't do workshops per se, but my hope is that when I talk, after I've finished what I've said, you want to go and write. And I find there's some writers that make me want to write, and some writers that make me want to you know, take up another occupation. But my hope is that after this talk, there will be a feeling that one wants to write. And I'll read a couple of poems as well. We're living in such a very, an interesting time this year. I have friends in India, and I've been getting reports on what's happening there in New Delhi. The pyres burning, the high death count, and so on. And this has been a difficult, complicated year, a year in which I've never been in so many meetings about race and fixing it, and what I like to call curating white people. I've just not done so much work. I feel like I've been working hard. And I asked myself, who am I doing this work for? And this is where I came up with the phrase, I'm curating white guilt. So I've never had so much effort and work and brain work going into it, and it still goes on. So there's that. And then there's I think people know that underneath all of that, for many people of color, Black people who've been doing this work forever, you're kind of saying, but it's only now, I mean, like, it's just now you're seeing this, like, what, that sense that not only that this has been going on forever, but that it's going to keep going on. In other words, I'm looking ahead. I'm looking where people lose interest. I'm looking at what new strategies we have to take, and so on and so forth. So, but but one cannot deny that it's a historic moment, and therefore many poets are asking themselves, how do I write about? How do I write in this moment? Do I write in this moment? And this is a deep, long-standing question, whether poetry speaks to the moment or whether poetry is above the moment. In other words, there's a whole tradition that proposed that poetry does not get constrained by time, by temporal things, that by things that will become irrelevant in time, that the quest is for two very, very, very peculiar qualities that have also been, to use a very common phrase now, weaponized in the colonial enterprise. One is universality. So the poet must write for the universal. And I want to talk a little bit about that idea of the universal, because I think it's important to think about it when you're a poet, because it's not an abstraction that has no relevance to your actions, whether you know it or not. I think sometimes you're writing and you don't know that your idea of a poem was given to you, you inherited it, and you think it came from your own head, but it's been given to you over time. And so I want us to think about that. And the second thing is timelessness. This idea of timelessness, which is as old as all the sort of the poetry from China, ancient China, ancient Japanese poetry, the proverbs and poems of griot traditions in Ethiopia, the Western traditions, the idea of how do we preserve, to outlive our bodies in words, that if we want to stay relevant, to be known beyond our death, we make great art. Art is the timelessness. So then you go into a workshop and you say, I want to work my poem because I want my poem to be timeless. And I'm very interested in that idea, because I don't know how many of you know this essay, but if you don't, you should read it, because it's short enough, but it is pivotal and splendid. And it's by Langston Hughes. Langston Hughes was, in 1926, Langston Hughes was 24 years old. He was born in 1902. 24-year-old, smelling himself. There's no question about it. This is in Harlem. He was beginning to be kind of a hot entity, and he gets into this debate in a newspaper or magazine with a white scholar about literature. Nobody quotes the I don't remember the white guy's name. So what remains, though, is this essay, The Negro Artist and the Racial Mountain. And in The Negro Artist and the Racial Mountain, Langston Hughes sort of puts this question to us in a very provocative way. And I think it's about those two things, universality, timelessness, those two things. It's about that. Because what he says at the beginning is, the essay begins, and I'm paraphrasing it, but I've said it so many times, I think I know it well enough. He says, one day, or very recently, one of the Negro poets said to me, I do not want to be a Negro poet, meaning, of course, I do not want to be. And he just does this kind of syllogistic argument that ends with, meaning, of course, I want to be white. And then he ends the paragraph by saying, how can a poet be a true poet if they're afraid to be themselves? So it's very provocative. Why is it provocative? Because is it a reasonable thing for Langston? Because the Negro poet who apparently was come to Cullen, people say, I don't know if that's been confirmed, but that's the usual thought. The poet who was not nothing to sniff at as a poet. But Langston Hughes heard in this poet, the poet said, I want to be a poet, not a Negro poet. That's what he said. He said, I want to be a poet. I want to be a poet, not a Negro poet. And what did he mean by that? And that's what Langston Hughes argued. Langston Hughes says, well, the only thing what you mean is that you want to be white, which is like, I didn't say that. Like, the guy could have said, I didn't say that. I said, I want to be known as a poet, just pure poet, and not a Negro poet. Because then, and this is where Langston Hughes was jumping on him, was that, what is a Negro poet? What category does the Negro poet fall into? And Langston Hughes was extrapolating from it by saying that you have dropped the idea of being a poet and the idea of being a Negro poet as secondary, meaning by the argument that this guy was saying was, if I was the greatest Negro poet, it would ghettoize me. I don't want to be ghettoized. I think it's what his thing was. I want to be known for just being a poet and not be in the segregation concept and the segregation idea. Now, try and understand me. I think Langston Hughes was being very provocative and was saying something that people will continue to argue about, and people have continued to argue about, because, you know, if you extend it, this is an argument, right, that happens. I want to be, you know, it's, you know, when the newspaper headline says so-and-so, Shara McCallum is the greatest woman poet to have been published in the world. Would Shara be wrong by saying, what the hell? So what? So I'm the greatest woman poet, but I thought I was the greatest poet to be published in the world. Why you gotta say that? Why you gotta say that I'm a woman poet? As what is that? So there's a way in which you can say, well, you know, so forth. But then what Langston Hughes then goes on to say was, he pushes us a bit, and then you begin to realize, wait a minute, how does this poet in 1926, Black poet, how do you become a poet and not a Negro poet? How do you do that? What in practical terms, how do you do that? Who has to change? What has to happen? So Langston Hughes says, I've been seeing this pattern with my buddies here in Harlem, men and women and artists, where they don't want to painters, they're painting and they don't want to paint Black people in their paintings, he says. They want to paint flowers. They want to paint landscapes. Because what? Langston uses like, but what? What is that? Is it because then people will look at that and think what? Think what? And that was Langston Hughes' thing, because, you know, there's no Twitter, there's no Facebook. So, you know, you get a poem in a book and your name is what? You know, is not like a marking name. You know, you're called John Blake, you know, like John Blake. And you write a poem about the sea. And it's in beautiful Georgian stanzas. It's just elegant. And people are going, George Blake, wonderful poet. You know, it's a great poet. And you're going to see that I was known for my poet. But Langston was saying, no, you see, they think you're white. So what made you not white? Or what made you white in that moment? It's because you absented yourself. And therefore, Langston Hughes argues, you are walking into a battle that has, a scene that has already been set for you. And your thought that you want to be this is because you're buying an argument that the subject of your poetry, if it is Black, the subject of that poetry is not fit subject for greatness. So poor guy, all he said was, man, I'm just sick of it, like a great Black poet and so on, but why can't I just be a poet? And Langston says, well, think about that. So then Langston ends it with this wonderful, I don't know if I can find this thing. It's easily found, right? The Negro Artist on the Racial Mountain. Let me see if I can find it. I love doing Zoom. I don't love a lot of things about Zoom, but this is one that I love because, see, I can just look it up now and find it. I'm going to read the last paragraph, which is a beautiful paragraph. It ends beautifully. And this was published in the Nation. Listen to how he ends it. So I'm ashamed for the Black poet who says, I want to be a poet, not a Negro poet, as though his own racial world were not as interesting as any other world. Man, this kid, this is a 24-year-old guy, but he's onto something. Do you understand the capacity for him to have that moment of insight? He was onto something. He said, and to sort of see through that anxiety and recognize that, I know that. He says, I had that anxiety, but how do I acquiesce to it? So he says, so I'm ashamed. He uses that word, I'm ashamed for the Black poet who says, I want to be a poet, not a Negro poet, as though his own racial world were not as interesting as any other world. I'm ashamed too for the colored artist who runs from the painting of Negro faces to the painting of sunsets after the manner of the academicians, because he fears the strange unwhiteness of his own features. I'm saying, man, do this something. Then he goes on. An artist must be free, and this is a great line. An artist must be free to choose what he does. Right? An artist must be free to choose what he does, certainly. But he must also never be afraid to do what he must choose. Which is that idea that he's saying, are you making these choices out of fear? Are you being constrained out of fear? Then he gets, let the blare of Negro jazz bands and the bellowing voice of Bessie Smith. He said, like 24-year-old. Bessie Smith is like in her 20s. Paul Robeson, all of these cats are just these young tykes walking around feeling good about themselves. He says, these are my people. We are hot right now. So he starts this passage. Let the blare of Negro jazz bands and the bellowing voice of Bessie Smith singing the blues penetrate the closed ears of the colored near intellectuals until they listen and perhaps understand, he says. Let Paul Robeson singing Waterboy and Rudolph Fisher from Trinidad, I think Rudolph Fisher was, writing about the streets of Harlem, and Gene Toomer, who didn't get along well with these cats, but he's bringing them in too. Gene Toomer holding the heart of Georgia in his hands, and Aaron Douglas drawing strange Black fantasies caused the smug Negro middle class to turn from their white, respectable, ordinary books and papers to catch a glimmer of their own beauty. We younger Negro artists who create now intend to express our individual dark-skinned self without fear or shame. If white people are pleased, we're glad. If they're not, it doesn't matter. We know we are beautiful and ugly too. The tom-tom cries and the tom-tom laughs. If colored people are pleased, we are glad. If they are not, their displeasure doesn't matter either. We build our temples for tomorrow, strong as we know how. And we stand on top of the mountain, free within ourselves. Free at last, praise God Almighty, we are free at last, and all of that. But what I see there in that moment is Langston Hughes celebrating that, writing, he's challenging the idea of universality. He's challenging the idea of universality because he's suggesting that universality is always biased. The perception that something is universal does not really embrace the whole universe. So when somebody in America reads a poem from Jamaica and says, wow, it's universal, what they really mean is, what they don't mean is somebody in Biafra, or somewhere, in Nigeria, Biafran, the anti-Biafrans will say something to me, but somebody in Nigeria will appreciate it too. That's not what they mean. They don't mean that somebody in Fiji will appreciate it. What they mean is, I do. Despite them being Jamaican, I get it. So it's universal. Because universal can be very self-serving in its application and its use. And Langston Hughes is saying, hold it. If you try to be universal, what will be the basis of your universality? What will be the grounds for your universality? How is that a quest for artistic expression? How is that a craft choice that you can make and you should make? I'm going to come back to that. The other thing Langston Hughes says is we write now. We write in our moment. We write, we chronicle the moment. And therefore the quest for timelessness is similar, because how do you achieve timelessness except that you erase anything that is timely from your work? And therefore, what is timeliness? If art cannot be timely, then what is art? What is the point of art? Hughes is saying, I don't buy that. I'm gonna write in the moment because the moment it is. So for you for writers, anybody thinking about writing and so on, it seems to me that there's a freedom that you can take from what Langston Hughes says. More than a freedom, a kind of mandate that says, you are you. What you do as the artist is you find the aesthetic that has shaped you. You've been made by an aesthetic. You've been made by a poetic. You've got to understand what Hughes was faced with. And I talk about Hughes because I think he was at the cusp of trying to understand, I'm talented and all that, but what makes me have confidence in my art? What makes me have confidence in finding beauty inside of me? What gives me that confidence? And he said there is a broader confidence that is external, that is around me, that is beyond just me alone, but it's a confidence of community, it's a confidence of family, it's a confidence of a people. And he says for him it's racialized, it is Black people. What is it? That's it. And then he says it's the jazz, it's the blues. These things are our thing, and I am seeing this great art in them. And I'm saying, as a poet, I come from something. I come from genius. It's my legacy. It's my inheritance. And as a poet, I'm going to delve into it. I'm going to take it and I'm going to run with it. I'm going to make something beautiful out of it. I'm going to let it make me beautiful. It's a great kind of moment. It's a moment that happens for him as a poet at 24 years. His first book is about blues. Like he's saying blues. People say, well, blues is what? Blues is just some ghetto music, right? But Langston Hughes says, no, there's a genius in the blues. And how can I be a blues poet? How can I be a poet that draws on the aesthetic of the blues or jazz? How can I draw on that? How can I draw on the aesthetic that makes that something else? It's a great kind of moment, but it's a moment of saying that instead of finding it. So in a sense, if you ask Langston Hughes, by the time he introduces the world to Lucille Clifton, I mean, he was one of the first people who would publish Lucille Clifton's work and be a champion of Lucille Clifton. This is 1964, 65, right? By then, he's even sort of being poo-pooed by the Black arts movement, and they're saying, well, he's old and he's done and he's not relevant anymore and so on and so forth. But that was a disservice because, of course, Langston Hughes understood from 24 years old that he wanted to find an aesthetic and a poetics in his own, understanding it in that. And he would say then that, yes, if you, the more particular you are, the more, by weird happenstance, the more universal you are. It's in the particularity. Through that comes, because the particularity is where the human being lives. And that human beings have the capacity to empathize with particularity. Of course, he could just have said, look, if you want to write Hallmark greeting cards, then you can go for the universal. Because it is pretty much like, you know, I mean, I go to the pharmacy and I buy a card with a little poem in there. And that card is going to be, that same card with that same poem is going to be bought by people who don't look like me, who have nothing to do with me, from all different places and so on and so forth. And they're going to all give it to their significant others for their birthday. So maybe we should all write Hallmark poems because those are the great poems, right? But we know that's not the case because those are disposable. You know, we throw those out, right? They work for the moment. So there's that part of Hughes, the idea. So I say to you, if you're thinking about yourself as a poet, forget universality. It's a fool's errand because you don't know the universe. You know your neighbor, you know yourself, you're your first reader. There's a peculiar magic about human beings, is that we kind of are burdened with this strange fact that we are pretty much the same, and yet we are able to be distinctive. But a quest for universality can be something that will stymie you, will tie your hands. The second question then becomes the quest for timelessness. And the quest for timelessness is an absurd quest, isn't it? Because of course, all language is timed, all culture is timed, people change, the world changes, and so on and so forth. And you've done Shakespeare, right? Most people have done Shakespeare. You've had to read Shakespeare. And you've noticed that for all we say about the universality and the timelessness of Shakespeare, for all we say about that, in the average Arden edition of Shakespeare, typically half to 3/4 of the page is covered with notes. Why do you think that is? Because it's neither universal or timely, because the notes help us to contextualize everything that's there. Now, we might say the emotions are familiar, but Shakespeare's genius, one would imagine, is that his work is relevant in the moment. At least that's the odd thing about the Shakespearean thing. Maybe people will say that makes him a problematic poet. That's fine. But it is the resistance. So I would say timelessness is another byproduct that we will not ever be able to benefit from while we are alive. I will not know if my poems are timeless until I'm dead, and really dead for a long time. And then somebody in 300 years will read my poem and go, wow, Kwame, that was a great poem. I'll be dead. It doesn't matter. It really doesn't matter. So it's a fool's errand. But what does that do for the poet? It says to the poet, there is an urgency in the moment. There is an urgency in the chronicling of the moment and in making that beautiful, in making that have power and value and grace. And that if we find a way to find language to capture the moment, in the moment, if we manage that, then we've done our job, right? And Eliot's thing, the rest is not our business. The rest is not our business. So that old anecdote of Derek Walcott. Derek Walcott sort of, again, it's probably apocryphal. I have a vague recollection of seeing it written somewhere, but it could be wrong. When Walcott is wrestling with the idea of writing a poem about a fruit, and he said he was starting to write about an apple, but he had never really had anything to do with an apple. Why he couldn't write about his own fruit, the pam arak, right? And so he asked himself that question, and then that's a revelation for him. It's like Langston Hughes discovering this moment. It's like the poets who then say, I will write about my heart and my moment. I'm excited about those poets who achieve that, because I think that, for instance, somebody like Ntozake Shange, for colored girls who have considered suicide when the rainbow is enough, that is for me, it's a poem. It's a long poem. It's a stunning long poem, but it's a poem in which she finds a language that is peculiar and particular to this moment, to her moment, and manages to do that in a way that was, for me anyway, transformative. I was 18 or 19 when I first read that book at the UA library. I found this book and I thought, my goodness, there's something in the moment about this. There's something particular and peculiar about that moment. And that made me want to go and write about my moment, about my street, about my food, about my fears, about what was happening in my moment. So I'll stop with one, I'm going to read a poem because, you know, apparently I was supposed to do poems as well, but I'll just read a little poem that is a poem in the moment. I've been writing a lot of poems in the moment, and this is a poem. It's a short poem. I was talking to my son. My son is in his 20s now. He's an architect. And we were talking about race and architecture and so on. It's one of those weird things how your children grow up and then you can talk like adults to them. It's very fascinating. So we were having this conversation. His name is Kelly. And the question that came up in a thing we had been listening to was, it starts the poem, can a black body live in a white space? Can a black body live in a white space? Which is an architectural question. And can a white body live in a black space? And that became a really troubling question. So that began to haunt me. And I wrote this poem, which is a very short poem. And it's just numbered. So this is for Kelly. Can a black body live in a white space? Syllogism fails, and so does syntax. Can a white body live in a black space? And if we should live up in the hills, ask, why far over and away, way over, we wear masks? And Burning Spear says, it is a big disgrace to forget the almost dead. Remember, do you remember old slavery days? When history recalls, we will all find our place. History can recall. So the dilemma was worked out for me by Burning Spear singing, do you remember the days of slavery? History can recall. History can recall. So I'll stop there. I think I'm okay now, Alscess.
Thank you so much, Kwame. That was excellent. We just kept on listening and drinking, and with these panels, these discussions, there's just so much that I know it's difficult to move on, but we're moving on to another excellent panel. And this one is going to be introduced by Yvette McMahon, but it's entitled Microaggression, Racism and Protest, a Writer's Role. And it's the two scholars who are going to be doing this, Lewis Gordon and Rosina Mato, our favorite people, and people who are the VI Lit Fest, like Kwame does, they're VI Lit Fest favorites. So, Yvette?
Sure. Good afternoon, everyone. And as we continue this rather stimulating discourse, it is my pleasure to introduce our next two panelists. As Alscess has indicated, no stranger to VI Lit Fest. They are our returning guests, if we can call them that, Rosina Mart and definitely Lewis Gordon. So first, a little bio on Rosina Mart. She's the winner of the Journey Prize, Best Short Fiction in Canada, 1992. The recipient of the Williams R. Jones Award, a Lifetime Achievement Award for Philosophy, and a recent appointee as an International Research Ambassador for the University of Bremen in Germany. She's a scholar and researcher who works between and among political philosophy, Black consciousness, psychoanalysis, critical race theory, and Derridian deconstruction. Rosina joined the University of KwaZulu-Natal in Durban in 2011. And now our esteemed Lewis Gordon is an honorary president and core professor at the Global Center for Advanced Studies, honorary professor at the Unit of the Humanities at Rhodes University, South Africa, and a musician who regularly performs in blues, jazz, reggae, and rock bands. Having lectured across the globe, his books include Bad Faith and Anti-Black Racism, published by Humanities Press in 1995, Her Majesty's Other Children, Roman and Littlefield, published in 1997, Existentia Africana, Routledge, 2000, Disciplinary Decadence, Routledge, 2006, An Introduction to Africana Philosophy, Cambridge, Cambridge Up, 2008, and more recently, What Fanon Said, A Philosophical Introduction to His Life and Thought. And so please help me welcome Rosanna Matt and Louis Gordon to the panel.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Yvette. There are two ways to pronounce, of course, McMahon. It's also McMahon.
We're going with McMahon.
Okay.
We've been talking a lot about colonialism. I'm going with McMahon.
Okay. Because of the Gaelic history of that.
Yes, yes, yes.
Thank you, everybody. Wagwan. It's good to see everybody right now, you know. We have to talk in the language of the islands where we come from. So it's good to see everybody. Hi, Rosina.
Hey, hello, everybody. I'm Rosanna Mott. I'm in the dark here. It's almost 10 o'clock in the evening in Durban on the eastern coast, the Indian Ocean side of South Africa. Yep, good to be here. And thanks for that lovely talk, Kwame. Just sent you a message.
Yes, Kwame brought up beautifully the dynamics of what we could call potentiated double consciousness. And there are many who miss the importance of this. It's a repeated theme, of course, when we're dealing with the writer and literature. It's a theme visited by Toni Morrison. It's visited by Sylvia Wynter. But sometimes I have to remind folks that the discussion goes all the way back to the Harlem Renaissance, not only with Langston Hughes, but we also saw subsequently this discussion with Ralph Ellison, particularly in his book, Going to the Territory. The idiosyncrasies in terms of how we relate to reality come forth when we think about the imposition, as was just mentioned about colonialism, because colonialism makes you an alien in the world in which you're at home. It's very important, of course, if we're talking about freedom. What's the point of freedom without a home? And to be at home, of course, is to be in a relationship with those who remind you and affirm your humanity. But you need, in many ways, and Rosina's work, particularly her Roses District 6, it's a very important because Rosina's work, this is a meeting of writers, Rosina's work also talks about what happens when violence tries to erase your home. And so Rosina, in her writings, were able to articulate a home beyond the physical space, but the home that's there in the text, in the world, in the literature, in the memory, in the poetry, in the thought. So from Rosina and I, thank you, Kwame, for that reminder, because ultimately, yeah, there are people who try to make us ashamed of writing in terms of where we come from. And this happens in the world of ideas. There are people who look with derision over me saying, I'm a Black philosopher, a Jamaican philosopher, a Africana philosopher, a Tamil philosopher, a Jewish philosopher. And what's wrong with saying things that are true? Those are all true. So Rosina and I had a conversation about the conversation we're to have. Rosina, would you like to take it from here?
Sure. Thanks, everybody. I'm very happy to be here, especially thankful to Alscess and the team who always put the Virgin Islands Literary Festival together. I have visited with you 2 years ago. I know the pandemic made a lot of things very difficult with organizing, and I'm happy to share the panel with Louis this, your afternoon. Louis and I just discussed a little bit earlier today how we thought we could proceed, and we thought a conversation was more likely to be a better way of engaging with the participants. And it was very good to also be able to hear Kwame and have some kind of continuity with that. And I think one of the things that I feel very strongly, Louis, in terms of meeting you and becoming aware of the vast contribution you've made, well, not only to philosophy, but to, so many disciplines. And I think with the topic that we're dealing with, the whole question of protest, I think that for me, I find it very difficult to talk about becoming a writer, because I think, you know, one is a writer because you write. I always find this very difficult when people ask me, how did you know, or when did you become a writer? And I think for many of us who live in certain parts of the world, when certain kinds of truths are forbidden, even the truth of the cruelty of massacres and forced removal and racism, you know, as a child growing up in that setting of 1973 Cape Town forced removal, the writer emerges not only because a young child and teenager takes a pen, but also I think many of us know as writers that, you know, writing you feel in your body, you feel in your blood, you feel in your dreams, you feel in your psyche. And I think the question of responsibility comes with how do you want to express your truth? And, you know, for me, it was also something that I take very seriously. And that is a kind of ancestral call. And I don't just mean this lightly. I don't mean to say, oh, you know, we are only writers because we listen to our ancestors. I think it's one of those things that we bring to the table, or bring to a community of writers when we recognize where we come from, and we recognize that, you know, the 400, 500 years of protest, but within that also, what is our place? And our place sometimes emerges from positions of struggle, from places where, in my case, we get psychosomatic hives, or from places where we are forbidden to say what we should say, what we could say, what we're never allowed to say. So Lewis, I wanted to hear from you, you know, this whole idea that, you know, especially for some of us who go to high school and university, where writing is often sort of treated as a very academic thing. It isn't something that, you know, we do, or we meet people who are within an academic circle. What are some of the things that you feel came or was present in your life when you started that journey of writing?
Well, thanks for posing that question, Rosina. And one of the things I first want to say to everybody involved is one of the reasons I'm here at this point rather than earlier and won't be later is because there are 4 events going on, and we're going through each of them. So I apologize for that. Okay. That said, there are several things I'd like to say about writing, and they connect to the theme of microaggression and race. I'll bring up 2 stories. First, an academic one. When I taught at Brown, there was a panel that was organized about writing in the academy, and there were 5 of us to speak, and 4 people preceded me. I was the last one. The first one came up and she said, oh my God, why do we have to write all this writing thing? And she went on and on. The next person went, oh, writing, blah, 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 blah. And it kept going from one to the other. Then it came to me. And I said, I have to confess, I don't understand this. I love writing. If I hated writing, I would not have decided to go into a profession where people actually want to reward me to write. And it angered so many people, because you see, there are people who want this complicity for Black people to undermine our right to speak to humanity across the ages. And I consider it such a powerful, beautiful thing to be a writer. I actually fell in love with writing when I was a child. When I was in Jamaica, just looking up at the stars and the idea that when I open a book, there's somebody whom I would never meet, I would never know, somebody who could have been long dead, or the idea that there's someone to come who would read what is written. The second thing is, in my childhood, there's a period in which I was living in part of the mountains with abusive relatives. And they were people who wanted me absolutely to have no sense of value. And although my mother was sending money for me to go to school, they took the money and would not send me to school. And when I would be sent on errands, I began to steal books from the stores. Because, back in those days in the 60s, you know what I mean? They would sell books in grocery stores, etc. And then I began to write, and I had piles of writing under my bed, in my little bed, and would draw pictures, would write, and just loved writing. And I remember one day when I was sent on an errand, I came back and there's a big, back then you burn garbage in the backyard. And this relative was burning stuff. And you have that feeling. And I ran to look under that bed and it was empty. And when I looked and I saw my writings turning to ash and floating in the air, I remember that as one of my first moments of seeing real cruelty, real evil. Now, why do I bring this up? Well, that one of the fundamental things that was done through an enslavement, or if you look in South African apartheid, or if you look through all colonialism, was not simply to dominate people, but as Ngugi wa Thiong'o pointed out, to colonize the mind through disempowering our capacity to think and to have the value of our words reach others. And that's why there was such an investment in illiteracy, such an investment in the idea that we're not supposed to be part of humanity's connection to the power of words, of statements. And when we think about this, there are many ways in which people can be rendered powerless or invisible. We know the racialization part, that's what the racism. The racism says there are always too many of you, right? Some of what Kwame was talking about, Langston Hughes was talking about, of course, is the racism that says if you have a Black poet, you have Black poets. One of you is a lot. Then there's the other dimension that tries to tell you, you don't belong to the future. That ultimately you're a part of the past. And this is something Rosina knows very well in South Africa. The idea that the people there, the Xhosa people and many others, were being locked into a temporality that says they don't belong to the future. And then there's another kind, and this is connected to why we talk about protest, that's linked to speech. You see, most ideas are not written. Right now, we're not writing something, we're speaking. Writing is just a tiny fragment of what humanity has to say, but it's a very powerful one. And in most places where people are out to speak, and you see this a lot in the history around women, go look at women's literature. You'll see women's literature replete with the word voice. Because you see, having a voice is a form of political power. But when people's voices are limited, they need the power of writing. When I was that helpless child, I needed to write. When women historically didn't have to vote and other things, to write. When Black people are structured in such a way that we're supposed to be outside of the realm of political power and change, we need to write. That writing, because it can actually be available to the future, challenges a world that says you don't belong. And it challenges a world because, even though you don't know the descendants, the fact that you leave something as an ancestor, you belong across time. So there's always a protest in writing. But I think Rosina, go ahead, Rosina.
no, I agree. I think for me, that moment, sort of 16 years. So I write fiction and nonfiction. For those who just are hearing me talk about fiction, I write both. And I also write poetry. So I think it's important always for us to recognize the language that we dream in, speak in, make love in, write in, have our sense of sensuality, sexuality, all of the ways in which we exist in the world. And so my go-to place for the District 6 story, for example, where I was born and we were forcibly removed from, I wrote the entrance of that in my Cape Town vernacular. So it is a vernacular that has a history because, as you all know, the Dutch colonized South Africa, but brought people from Bengal and Java and Malaysia, where they had already colonized, and brought them to the Cape. So the language that emerged as our Kaap's vernacular was a vernacular that only the enslaved spoke. So I felt, for me, that bringing that history to the page, a page is a place where we assert our belonging, and part of asserting our belonging, as Ngugi, I'm glad you raised that, Lewis, talked about in terms of the text he wrote, Decolonizing the Mind, was he was fed up as a Kikuyu with the way that English was structured as the only language within which the colonized could think and write and reproduce any form of memory or continuity. So I think I never thought about it as a sign of protest, but I thought about it as a way to assert the presence of the child and of a childhood that was destroyed by forced removal. So I wanted to say that. There are a couple of things that you also picked on, but I'm going to try and see if I can incorporate it maybe later on. And one of the other things I wanted to say about the whole idea of writing, not only as a form of protest, but writing about racism and protest, I feel like in so many ways, Black writers in South Africa, that's what we've always done. Sometimes it's complicated by the fact that, you know, we were colonized, and, you know, the English language and Afrikaans, which was formerly the Dutch language, has in some way, we were taught those languages. And it is making meaning and finding the way to express oneself in the voice of protest, in the voice of the child or the adult who has gone through all of the stages, you know, through the words of your parents or grandparents, all of the ways in which settler coloniality, you know, was part of the South African experience, and making sure that in your work or in your expression, that also finds a place. For example, we have something in the Cape which we call, I think you must have something in the Caribbean. We call it in the Cape a kadumachi, and it's basically a piece of cotton cloth that the earth or the sand from where your family members are born is put inside of it. And you make it into, I know in Senegal and many African countries they have it. And so you sew it and you put it on your vest for a child, and it's supposed to kind of, you know, make a child feel like you're from the soil and you're from the earth. So those are also the kinds of things I feel that I had to put in the fiction, and sometimes in nonfiction, I will use colloquial vernacular, because I think for me, the page becomes that place where I stage my history, my identity. And the page becomes that place where I try to stage what has been forbidden, what has been repressed. So it's always, I write on paper, by the way, before I write on a computer. I haven't been able to write directly onto a computer. I find it very, very difficult to do, because I think ultimately I'm still quite old school, and I believe that I also speak when I write. I think that talking is very important. I want to hear what something sounds like. I want to bring whatever the noise in, you know, I'm not calling it noise, but, you know, if it's wind or rain or whatever, I want to know that the computer, the technocratic application of writing isn't going to stop me from doing that. So I think we all have experiences as children and adolescents, and as people who are part of the colonized, we have experiences where coming to the English language is enormously difficult and complex, and we struggle with it. I still struggle with it because I'm always trying to understand how to say exactly what I want to say, despite the limitations of the English language. And I still struggle with it. And it is precisely why I think the vernacular that we grow up with, that I grew up with, is probably the strongest place for certain elements in my life that I connect to. And I insist on having that in the text. So anything you want to say in relation, or perhaps not, Lewis, regarding how do you make sure that something that you've written is as accurate as possible in terms of what you think and what you feel?
Well, one of the things that I've been throughout my writing career, but also just generally in the political work I do, I've been critical of, is the tendency, what colonialism does is it tries to cover reality. You see, in other words, practices of disempowerment are practices to make us forget what is the source of our ability to make things happen, what power is, and the conditions of the possibility for it. And that's one of the reasons why, for instance, if you think about magic, it's striking, isn't it, that almost all magic requires a word. It requires saying something. Why, if you've already put the ingredients, do you have to say presto or voila or whatever it is, or aguzum or whatever, you know what I mean? You know, why do we do it? And that's because, you see, one of the most extraordinary and powerful things humanity achieved through the force of culture and symbols and language is the ability to make worlds and to disclose them. And the error that's often brought from colonialism is the vessels model. It's no accident, like the slave ship, to put people in a ship, in a thing. But language actually is not a thing. Language has the mythopoetics of a performance, of an activity, which is one of the reasons why, if you look at decolonial writers, liberation writers, writers throughout the Caribbean, the Global South, we tend to be relational writers. We're never really one kind of writer. If you notice, almost all of us, the fiction, poetry, playwriting, prose, etc. But we also do something that's important at the level of writing against something like racism. Because you see, racism is to isolate you onto yourself to the point where you implode. It's to take you out of the relationship with others, the world, and possibility. Well, what's striking is it means you also have to deal with vulnerability. And it's always struck me that there are things you'll find even among the most intellectual, if we use that language, of Black writers. And that is the importance of affective life. And what I mean by that is, even if you look at Antoine Firmin from Haiti, Du Bois from the States, if you look at Audre Lorde, if you look at Anna Julia Cooper, you could go all the way through. Fanon, Frantz Fanon puts in Black Skin, White Mass, he puts in the text that he wept. How many philosophical texts have many of us read where the author, because we think of philosophy of reason, talks about weeping? Or if we think about the blues sensibility that you have in Langston Hughes. But if you look in a lot of the works I would write, similarly, there are things, if we're going to challenge and transform and ultimately reach to others to communicate, we need to affirm instead of deprecate affective life. Because we don't communicate with each other as robots. We communicate with each other as living human beings. And this, the humanity, because racism is ultimately an imposition on a human being of saying you're not really a human being. And so if you try to respond as an automaton, what you become is an imitation of a false image, an idol that was imposed upon humanity. Even the white colonizers are lying to themselves about what they really are, because as you said, Rosina, at some point they're going to have to think about the language in which they make love, and the language also in which they have their fears, their suffering, and their joys. And to deprive ourselves of our humanity would be a way in which we're imitating an idol. So this is one of the reasons why in a book like Existentia Africana, I closed with a reflection on invocation, evocation, and the powerful magic of words. But beyond the question of words, the thing, something related to what Kwame was talking about, there was a book I wrote many years ago called Phenomenon: The Crisis of European Man. And there was a reviewer who said, I don't want to insult you, but the book reads like jazz.
As if that's a bad thing.
and I said, I'm happy you said that because it means you read the book. It was supposed to read like jazz. I wasn't ashamed of it. There are times, every book, every essay I write has a layup motif. Some of my books were written with Bob Marley and the Wailers in the background. Some were written with, Fela, others with Aretha Franklin, and the list goes on, because that is how we live our life. That is how we communicate. Those artists we're part of that world. We're a community writing. And even if we're in the mode of fighting protest, the mistake we'd make is if we think the sole purpose is the warrior or the fighter model, because what we know deep down is people could win fights and be wrong. What we are about is the project of building new houses, new bridges, new possibilities. And in them, that commitment, there's this commitment that we're expressing that ultimately transcends ourselves. So what I always say about it is nothing I've ever written is complete. Everything I write, I see as part of something greater than myself. And it's part of what the community would take over and make me, in relation to that writing, a learner. And that humility in our writing is is the ultimate counter to the arrogance of supremacist notions, of anti-Black notions, of misogynist notions, of notions that actually are premised upon the degradation of one another. So that's some of the ways. And you could see in technical terms, that's about relationality. It's about relationships. Every act of writing has an implicit relationship in it. And this is why there's an important role. There's an argument I make in some of my other writings about epistemic colonization. And what I mean by that is the moment we fail to understand that we have to bring meaning to experience, that's the communicative act, then we will make the experiences of those who have written their work the more legitimate experience and would undermine the legitimacy of and the value of each other. So we need to write also as a practice of bringing meaning that we communicate across generations to our experience.
Yeah, yeah. And added to that, I also want to say that protest does not have to be the denunciation of pleasure. When in Toronto in 1992, when I had won the Journey Prize, this very, David Zowski, I think he passed on several years ago. He sat, he worked for CBC Radio, and he asked me, and he said, Rosina, you wrote this story about just set in District 6, which was the old slave quarter of the Cape. And he said, to me, it's a story about two women making love in the bath. You wrote this in the height of apartheid. Where's the white man? And I told him, well, I'm looking at him, because there's an expectation that protest, anything that is considered protest writing or protest poetry or something that emerges out of a history of struggle or a history of protest, comes a particular kind of sadness, comes the denunciation of pleasure. And more recently, for a collection that I worked on with 28 other contributors, I chose to write on the whole way in which there's been several white women in South Africa since 2014, 2015 that have made the news, complaining about Black bodies on beaches, or the most kind of racist, speeches on social media. And what I did with that is look at the whole history of why Black people were forbidden on beaches, and what happened with celebrations after slavery, and what does it mean to denounce pleasure, to denounce anything related to the body as the Black body as a body that carries surplus pleasure, orgasmic pleasure, pleasure in ways that had to be denounced, which is exactly why the apartheid regime had so many laws and rules, mainly laws passed to make sure that white people and Black people's bodies did not meet. And of course, writers like Lewis Nkosi, who wrote The Mating Birds, writes the story in his first book about a young Black man who goes onto the other side of the beach in Durban, actually, and sees this young white woman lying there with oil, covered in oil. And he isn't really interested in her in the beginning, not as a symbol of sexual interest. She's not to him. He becomes interested when he realizes that she doesn't even see him. She doesn't even make eye contact with him. She doesn't even care that he's looking at her. And what happens, of course, is that she ends up having a sexual relationship with him, and then, is forced to cry rape when, it becomes evident that she's been in a sexual relationship with this man. So what I'm saying is that I think I feel very strongly about the fact that protest writing or writing in protest, about protest, does not mean that we're writing only about pain and cruelty. We're also writing about pleasure that is denounced and denied within those histories of struggle. And I think that's very crucial. It's certainly very crucial to me as somebody who grew up with a house with a lot of people. I've got my mother's and my father's family. There are lots and lots of aunts and uncles and children. And I think our families survived all of those cruelty because they loved each other. They loved one another. And why should we have that love removed from the way in which we write about histories of race and racism? So I just want to say, for me, protest writing or writing in protest about race doesn't mean that it's only about pain and suffering. There's so many ways in which protest writing can be about enjoyment, pleasure, love. So I want to stop there, and maybe Lewis can continue.
There's something. And we'd love to, if some of the member of the audience want to ask something, but there's something very quickly that struck me as you were just speaking. I wrote a book recently called Freedom, Justice, and Decolonization, where I got into a discussion of, I brought up two examples and their connection. One was Frederick Douglass's mother, Harriet Bailey. And the reason is her love, as we know, inspired Frederick Douglass to become a revolutionary. But I argue that what made him a revolutionary wasn't actually her love. It was his valuing her love. Because there was a world that said to be loved by a Black enslaved woman was not valuable. And if you think about the connection, for whether it's Langston Hughes or Frantz Fanon, all the way through to the women who founded Black Lives Matter, Alicia Garza is an example. She said the tweet Black Lives Matter was a love letter. Okay? So the thing about it, and I'm thinking about what Kwame was saying earlier, that you see, and if you think about when I give the awards for the Caribbean Philosophical Association, the motto of the association is shifting the geography of reason. And when I give the award, I usually say, we give the awards to people who value being valued by people of the Global South. In other words, if we think about this festival, right, it's very important for the writers who participate to value being valued by the people of the Caribbean, the people of Africa, the people of South Asia. You see what I'm getting at? And so I think implicit in that is not only a shift in the geography of reason, which is the motto of the Caribbean Philosophical Association, but it struck me that what you were just saying is also a shift in the geography of love.
Yes, absolutely. Absolutely.
So we'd love to hear from some of the folks who are in the audience if you'd like to join us and say something.
I'm following the chat, and just a comment from Tanisha Roca. She repeated what you said earlier, Lois. She quoted, writing challenges a world that says you don't belong. It makes you belong across time. So there is always a protest in writing. Then she comments, wow, thank you for this. It resonates with me deeply. And then now they're coming and rolling in quickly in the chat. Okay, and then from John, the language in which one cries is another quote. Fantastic and eye-opening. And then from Ms. Roca, thank you for that discussion on pleasure as part of protest. It is something that has struck me more so recently in film, where we see all the depravity of slavery, which we need is stress to be witnesses to, but also that it was love, and love is stress, that took us through the challenges of that time. And then from John, a shift in the geography of love. Yep. Thank you, Rosina from Sydney, for saying, quote, protest is not the denouncement of pain, end of quote. I am of Indian diaspora, and I like writing about happy and absurd topics, but other people keep expecting me to be a trauma puppet. Is there literature that reaffirms colonial attitudes? That's the question.
Thank you for those. Yeah, Rosina could come in, but the short thing I have to say is yes, I'm a real critic of what I call pain porn. There are people who want us to be Fanon used to argue against that too, and there are many others. A lot of people don't get it, and it's the problem I have with, for instance, one of the things in vogue these days are this Afro-pessimistic literature. But if you look at it, it is like pornography for whites who need that moment of exoticism, Black people, and have a sense of superiority when there are Black people going around saying we're not human, which is complete nonsense. The real issue, and even Senghor understood this, is no, The problem is the construction of the human that colonialism and white supremacy has been giving us is a very inhuman one. The problem with a lot of us is that we're just too human for them because we understand what it is, even in the midst of suffering, to get up in the morning and affirm our humanity. We don't get up in the morning brushing our teeth saying we're sick of being Black. We get up in the morning very happy and love each other. And when we play our music, whether it's going to be in the form of calypso, reggae, all the way through to the 6/8 that you hear in Central Africa, we know deep down that every moment that we protest, what we're also saying is humanity can be better than this. And in many ways, when we say better than this, we're talking about everything from the love from our granny. There are times my grandmother, my great-grandmothers are dead and gone, but there are moments, not when I'm in sorrow and I miss my mother, I also think of them because every moment when I think of them, I think of their eyes and what their eyes gave me. And what their eyes gave me was love, love. And we know this, so absolutely. And we could be truthful about pain, but we know that life is pain and joy. And it's very important for us not to collapse into the pornographic, exoticized, fetishizing that has been imposed upon us through a world that tries to make us ultimately be to the representation of negation. We're also the affirmation of life.
I just want to add to that, Lewis, to people who pose the questions and also to the last person, I think, Sydney. I think what happened to me when I first went into a women's studies and gender studies environment, I was very shocked to see that the only photos on the walls, and these were predominantly white women, for example, who were lecturers and professors, and the depictions of, you know, Black women working in the fields or Asian or Chinese women, it was the depiction of the colonized or the third world women, which I think Lewis and I have had this discussion several times, and I call that pornography of the poor. Just the idea that we are always, we are either slave, enslaved, post-slave, colonized, and then of course you also get the other kind of version of that is that when we have in South Africa, when we have Europeans who come to South Africa and want to take photos with people from Soweto or people who show them how great they are, how they are still the first world and the colonials, and they want to take photos with the oppressed Black people. And I think that narrative of trying to reaffirm the oppressed in certain ways, as if there's nothing to us but only our oppression. I think it's a very popular narrative and we see it all the time, and it becomes our task. And I mean, I think our task, if you want to see that as part of it, your task or responsibility as a writer, for me, it's first and foremost, and everything that I do has to come from a place of joy. Whether it's cooking or working in the garden or writing, if it doesn't come from a place of joy, I won't do it. And that's what I enjoy about writing and talking, because for me, it has to come from that place of joy. So thanks.
I see Ronald Hewitt's hand is up.
Oh, yes.
Go ahead, Mr. Hewitt.
Mr. Hewitt.
There. Ronald Hewitt. I see the hand up. I don't know what the question is.
So Hugh, do you have a question? Adrian, do you need to unmute him?
Yeah. I think my hand up was on the whole time, but I do have a question. Would there come a time when Caribbean writers and writers from Africa would move away from talking about colonization and race, and perhaps write more about things like the aesthetic and other stuff?
I think the short answer to that is they're doing it right now. It's just that it's like life is yin and yang. It's just when we are speaking truth, we have to do, it's like if you get up one morning and it's a beautiful day, you could say it's a beautiful day. And if you get out of your bed and you step on some feces, you're going to have to say you just stepped on some feces. If you ignore it, you're in denial. Look, you know, there was a time there wasn't the kind of racialized colonialism we have now, but the fact is it's here now. But there are a lot of things in the past writers used to write about that they don't write about anymore. And there are things to come. For instance, right now we're in a world where there are increasing numbers. They've always been around, people that we call trans people. But right now, trans people are having more of a voice. And we're writing more about that and their plight. And there are going to be more. And you know what? For instance, right now, I've been asked to be part of a team to begin to think through the question of human beings in deep space. Now, it really struck me that we already know that there are people planning to, and they're already using the language, colonize Mars, colonize Titan, colonize space. So I began to, but we already knew they were planning this. But we already thought that we, as the people who have been the underside of modernity, Euro-modernity, the critics, will have the role to criticize them, when in fact, we are also the people who construct new ideas, the science, all kinds of things that they are using. You know, when Audre Lorde said the master's tools don't turn in the master's house, what many people forget is a lot of the tools the master's using were created by us, that we create tools. And so it struck me that why am I now and other people who are from the global South being asked to think through humanity going into deep space? And it occurred to me, it's because we were also busy building different theory, different ideas that actually transformed the way we could talk about these issues to begin with. And so one of the things, the first thing I did when I was asked to be part of this team was to give a tweet. And the tweet I gave, because tweeting is also writing, was we need to get beyond the language of colonizing space. Right? Because then we're locked into this logic that the only way to think about the relationships of expanding the human condition is to step on another life form's reality. We need something different. And I think the question you asked, Ronald, Hewitt, is connected to what Kwame was talking about earlier, because I think Langston Hughes answered your question, which is that right now, we are both and. We live in a reality that is dealing with the consequences of Euro-modern colonialism, but we're also dealing with a reality that's the consequence of our creative capacity to offer better, different, and other ways, as Rosina pointed out, of living life with joy. And that's some of the tasks at hand. So I would say it's a both and. I don't only write about racism and colonialism. This panel is about racism, so we're talking about it. But there are other times we're talking about other issues as well, because we are multidimensional.
Okay, I know Alscess is about to call time. I see her getting ready. Time has been called, so I'll go ahead and just say, Alscess, just let me recognize a few of the quick comments in the chat, and then I'll turn it over to you to wrap up and call the next panel. And this is from Don't tell me how to be a writer. I don't need anybody's stamp, someone's protest. I'm not quite seeing the name. And daily, like the Limbo, the esteemed Brathwaite's poem, Calypso, undeniably is a call to move, to act, and sink further into our roots, prompting a return to the island's prehistoric past to discover strategies of overcoming present social concerns. And then from S.D. Brown, this is a wonderful conversation. I'm writing a collection of short story inspired by Thomas Thistlewood. I'm enjoying the experience because amid the brutality of slavery, there were beautiful experiences. There was laughter amid the slaves and love as well. and yes to this entire conversation. We should value our joy and love as much as the pain, the nuances and the complexities of our presence reveals our humanities. And lots of claps and lots of agreement. And I will turn it over to Alscess. And just before I do that, Lois, when you asked about my name, which one I go with, the pronunciation of my name, whether it's McMahon or McMahon, I insist that it's McMahon with syllables that perhaps are not meant to be there, because when I think of McMahon, all the connotations and all the feelings and thoughts and everything that comes with that, I insist this is my own protest. So it's McMahon. It's over to you.
We will remember that is your own protest. Thank you once again. We're not disappointed at all. We, as usual, you guys gave some stellar talks and you're erudite scholars, and we are always pleased to have you and happy to have you. And I know, Louis, you have to run off to your next engagement. I don't know how you do it. Rosina?
I don't know either.
Rosina, I know that it's time for bed, and I thank you for always doing this for me. I appreciate that. And so, thank you.
And to everybody, keep healthy and safe, and as we just said here, find joy. It'll remind you of your humanity.
Okay.
Thank you, everybody.
Charlene you were suggesting that we do 2 of the contributors before we move into Cadwell, Turnbull.
Yes, please.
Okay.
Yes, we have Yakima Coffee.
Yes.
Next up, please. And
good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon.
Okay, I'm going to read an excerpt from my story, Truths About Coconuts, published in The Caribbean Writer. She tosses the fruit from one palm to the other, inspecting every inch of the tough, fibrous hide as an art collector ogles for flaws on a canvas. Her ginger cat, Natty, meows from the corner of the room. It is a labor of love, making coconut oil. Adeyemi knows the best oil comes from the best dried coconuts, the way her granny showed her. She has chosen 5 of them for today's litter. Her grandmother used to sell copra to Dominica coconut products in the 70s and 80s. She fed 8 children off the earnings. When her husband died, their youngest, Adeyemi's mother, was still in the cradle, and the sibling before her was only 11 months older than she was. As a child, Adeyemi lived with her granny while her mother, barely 19, moved to Antigua in the early 90s to take a job as a hotel cleaner there. And so the girl witnessed the power of the coconut from a tender age. Adeyemi and her uncle Julian would fetch them from the acres of mountainside Granddad had left them. Now Adeyemi buys dried coconuts by the pound from a local farmer. Since the hurricane passed 3 years ago, the palms on the mountainside have yet to yield another crop, and the demand is high. As she cracks the brown shell apart with her cutlass, Adeyemi recalls the alluring smell of freshly baked coconut. "What you got for me today, girl?" Uncle Julie asks. Adeyemi, perched over a large silver bowl grating her coconuts, pays him little mind. "Don't play like you deaf with me, child. You's a grown man. You have guts busting in here asking me for money every day. Don't forget it's me and my mother raised you. You ain't got no heart." Adeyemi sighs and turns toward her uncle. His belly now protrudes over his waistline, his hair unkempt, and the potent smell of gin lingers on his breath. The drinking started 3 years ago after Granny died and never stopped since. Your breakfast on the table. Your tea probably cold by now, but that's your fault. Julian scoffs at her and proceeds to the table. He shoves a slice of bread into his mouth whole. Adeyemi shakes her head pitifully. He takes a swig of cocoa tea. A muddle of crumbs and tepid cocoa slithers down the side of his chin. Don't feel sorry for me, child. I done live a full life. I walk me farm until the hurricane come take away all me am. I felt the warmth of a woman far too many times than any good man should admit. And I loved me mother till the day me forced to bury she. But you, gal, you ain't got nothing to call you own, other than them bottles of coconut oil and this old house. Julian pauses only to belch. I blame myself. Maybe if I did never carry you a garden so often when you did young, you would never turn out so. All you do is walk, walk, walk every day and take care of our old rascal like me. Adeyemi smiles at her uncle's vain regret while tugging at the gold chain in her neck. There was a boy once in 04. Kunta was his name, a returning diasporan home for carnival, a slender, almond-eyed boy of medium height, skin paled from sitting in air-conditioned rooms too long. He was an attractive fellow, even with half his face covered in stubble. He wore a New York Yankees baseball cap on his head, a pair of denim trousers thrice his size, a wrinkled tie-dye t-shirt, and a tree necklace around his neck, with a golden pendant the shape of Africa attached. He had come to Granny's shop to purchase a gill of coconut oil and some coconut cheese.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much, Miss Yaki McCuffey, for that. Again, you can read, we can finish reading your story in the current issue of The Caribbean Writer, volume 35.
That's correct.
Lovely. Thank you for sharing. Thank you for joining us. Next up, we'll have Jacqueline Simons. She also contributed to volume 35.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for having me, and thank you for including my poem in volume 35 for The Caribbean Writer. My poem's very short. I just wanted to give a bit of background about it. My poem is called Bermuda Day Poem, and it is about Bermuda Day, which is the celebration of Bermudian heritage on the last Friday in May. I wrote it last year during lockdown when I was missing the energy and the music that you can feel at the parade. Lastly, Bermuda Day historically was celebrated on May 24th, which was actually Queen Victoria's birthday. So in this poem, I was also interested in thinking about Bermuda's links with Britain and also our colonial past. Thank you, and I'll read my poem now. Bermuda Day Poem. With the jumping and the booming and the clapping and the banging of the beat and the bop of the drum, I swear that the sky and heavens above are proud of what we've become. With our steppers and our hops and our whistles and our pops, we surely know how to rock. We are, after all, chained to the rock and sway like the waves at the dock. Thank you for listening.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Simons. Appreciate that. Ms. Brown?
Yes, so that metaphor of the rock is Great Britain. Is that what that is?
No, the rock refers specifically to Bermuda. So people in Bermuda often call it like
the rock.
Yeah.
Okay. All right, so thank you. The next up, we have two authors, and we like to claim them both for the Virgin Islands. Tobias Buckle is our, and Cadwell. Charlene is going to introduce Cadwell. I'll introduce Tobias. Tobias grew up and he spent some of his childhood in St. Thomas and Tortola. And he went to same school that Tiffany Yannick went to. Tiffany Yannick and Tobias Buckle are both New York Times best-selling authors, and they both went to All Saints. I would like to know who that teacher is, to have two New York best-selling authors in the same class of 20-something students. So I always thought about that, your students and what they become. Sometimes you lay claim to that, and I wonder what that teacher is doing right now. Tobias is a New York Times bestselling author born in the Caribbean. He grew up in Grenada and spent time in the British and US Virgin Islands, which influences much of his work. His novels and over 50 stories have been translated into 18 different languages. His work has been nominated for awards like the Hugo Nebula, Prometheus, the John W. Campbell Award for the Best New Science Fiction Author. And so we welcome Tobias and Charlene. Would you introduce Cadwell as well? He's another Virgin Island author.
Cadwell Turnbull is the author of The Lesson. His short fiction has appeared in The Verge, Lightspeed, Nightmare, Asimov's Science Fiction, and several anthologies, including the Best American Science Fiction and Fantasy 2018, and the year's Best Science Fiction and Fantasy 2019. His novel, The Lesson, was a winner of the 2020 Newcomb Institute Literary Award in the debut category. The novel was also shortlisted for the VCU Cabal Award and longlisted for the Massachusetts Book Award. Turnbull, of course, lives in Raleigh and teaches at North Carolina State University.
I believe Cadwell went to Charlene High School, I'm not sure. Cadwell, are you from, did you go to Charlene High School?
Yes, I did.
Okay, so you're public school. Mm-hmm. There we go, Yvette, there we go. We have a product of our system.
I hear you.
On the best-selling list. Okay, welcome, Tobias and Cadwell.
Thanks for having us. Thank you.
Okay, well, in the meantime, if you gentlemen you would prefer to wait a moment, we can have Miss Noura Haji. Noura, are you there?
Hello.
Okay, we'll allow you to present your work now as well. It's 3-minute time. Thank you.
Good, ma'am. Perfect. Thank you.
I'm sorry. What did you say?
How many different people?
Okay. I think somebody is unmuted. Miss Cuffy, could you please mute your device? Noura Haji, you're on now, please.
Thank you. So I'm going to be doing a short reading of my piece that's titled The Occurrence of Sound Patterns in Calypso by the esteemed Camille Brathwaite. How do you get a rhythm which approximates the natural experience and the environmental experience? Camille Brathwaite's literary project predominantly centered on how best to capture the voice of the Caribbean people onto the page accurately, whilst doing justice to the nation's history and communal spirit. In Calypso, Brathwaite illustrates the difficulty of capturing such spirit when faced with a broken landscape, tainted by failures of the local state and the British Empire. Brathwaite, whilst explicit in his critique of the post-Adamic state of our islands, inspires action amidst these political turbulences. For this piece, I focus on Brathwaite's development of sound throughout Calypso. I also pay special attention to how Brathwaite uses the poetic form to develop sound and offer a different portrait of the islands in each section. I also use ideas formed in 3 key pieces of literature, namely Brathwaite's History of the Voice, Nation Language, and his theory on dialectics as a springboard to consider the implications of Brathwaite's evocation of dominant sound patterns throughout the sections. I'm going to leave it there. That's just the introduction, but the full piece is available in the current edition of the journal. Thank you so much.
Let's just begin the conversation to talk about you. Your mode of writing is called speculative fiction. And I remember when we talked to Tiffany earlier, we talked about magical realism. What's the difference between magical realism, which Tiffany's genre in Land of Love and Drowning is a sort of magical realism. She says that she uses Gabriel Garcia Marquez's model as a model for her approach to writing Land of Love and Drowning. And so I was just wondering, what is the difference between speculative fiction or sci-fi, and magical realism, and what got you into this type of writing?
Adwell, do you want to take it?
Okay. Yeah, you should give your answer as well. Yeah, I view speculative fiction as an umbrella term. It means it's sci-fi, science fiction, fantasy, horror, slipstream, and magical realism would also fall under that, though it's closer to contemporary realist. Or at least that's how we think about it when we categorize magical realism. I would consider it a part of speculative fiction. So yeah, I write in all of those genres. I write things that are kind of slipstreamy. There's like, it's reality, but a little weird. I write science fiction, things set in the future. My first book was about aliens. And I also write fantasy and horror.
So for myself, yeah, I think there's I forget who said it, but there's a writer, science fiction writer, who gets really clever and says, well, I mean, when we think about it, all of it is fantastic, right? Like if you think back to the most major texts, all the way back to, the desert and the first tablets being carved out, and you hear the stories that go in the oral tradition. If you hear a Nancy tale, if you hear, a ghost story, Duppy tale, whatever any of that is, the non-realist is our earliest literature, right? And realism itself is kind of, if you want to really, really push it, a subset of stories that we tell, because even realism is not real. It is an affected mode. It is a mode from, Western academics that say, like, the more realistic something is, the more modernist it is, the better it is. But that's a value statement, right? Our ancestors didn't believe that. The earliest storytellers didn't believe that. They wove the fantastic all through literature as freely as they pleased. And so, I think when we get too hung up on like what is something, we kind of can silo ourselves off unnecessarily. So, yeah, sure. Some of the stuff I write is science fiction, some is fantasy, some would be commercial fantasy or commercial science fiction or whatever. I just truly believe that like people from the Caribbean should have a voice in the future, and that we should be able to imagine our futures. My pithy statement is that like if we don't imagine our futures, someone else will for us, and that might not be us or someone who's friendly to us. And so I want to have a voice. When I was reading science fiction growing up, we did not exist. None of my cousins existed. The islands were a tourist destination. And I wanted to see stories where the Caribbean did stuff in the future and was a part of the future and was a part of that conversation. And so, yeah, is it weird that someone who grew up in Grenada is like obsessed with starships and whether or not there could be a bunch of dreadlock dudes speaking in dialect while they go do Star Warsy type things? Like, I mean, I know why some people look askance at me, but I have this really strong reaction to the idea that we have to completely say the same thing here in the Caribbean, that like only realism is valid. Like, I don't know who gets to decide that, or that we should be differently in different categories. When I look at Caribbean culture and music, we grab from so many different sources and bring it all together and reinterpret it in new and interesting ways. So I think we're doing the same thing here in this area of literature, this fantastical literature, whatever you want to call it. We want to play too.
Mm-hmm.
So
I love that answer, Tobias.
Yeah, how do you I know about the genre that you're dealing with is that there's a tendency to stretch the truth and to stretch the reality, to give it different dimensions. And I recall an African proverb that says that the truth is like a baobab tree. No one person could put their arms around it. And that in order to touch other people's truths, you have to get around a baobab tree and touch and reach next to another person to touch it. And I thought about the way you address some of your, I think I read Hurricane, and there was another piece I read by Cadwell, where I found a lot of the truth being really stretched really to the edge. But I could actually see where somebody else could touch that and make a reality out of it. Can you comment about how you put that into the resources, the places where you get your material from? I don't know whether you get it from the Virgin Islands, for your travels. How do you put other people in that circle of truth to really come out with a story? I don't know if I'm making sense to you there. How do you do that?
Tobias, you start. You start.
That's like that. Yeah. So I mean, some of that's just process, right? You know. So I'm really interested in possibilities and future possibilities, but also in just trying. You know, a lot of science fiction is considered to be like we're trying to predict the future, and we're not necessarily. We're trying to deal with what's around us. You know. So you know, a story of mine that was recently just in a couple of years' best anthologies was called The Galactic Tourist Industrial Complex. And that came out of just me visiting an island. I'm not going to like point fingers, and coming across a mega tourist structure complex that was so vast. When I was visiting people, you know, in humble houses and tin roofs and working on their second floor in concrete block, you know, but then seeing like this Death Star, this gleaming white fantasy of a world where, you know, we're talking about black bodies recently in the previous area where you're not seeing black bodies on the beaches. They're kept out. They're only in a servant position of delivering food. And you start to like look at that structure and think about it. And that's when I came up with the tourist industrial complex leapt out at me. I've never heard anyone use that, but it was something I was mulling over a lot. And so you start thinking like, what does this all mean, you know, and how do I play with this? And so I wrote the story to sort of place America as an island and aliens as Americans, or just Westerners in general, and taking that same distortion on a local economy and the politics of it and putting it into Manhattan. You know, a bunch of aliens land in Manhattan and are enjoying their vacation, and it just creates some chaos for people. And trying to examine the complexities, you know, of people who are grateful to have a job, but also very much kept out of the complex, right? The tourist industrial complex. And so you just start playing with the ideas and start saying, is there a story in here that I can use to explore these complex themes to try to grapple with them? And then you start trying to pick at a truth, right? Like you were saying, you know, yes, it's stretched. Yes, it's about a bunch of aliens landing on Earth and doing this, but it's also about a truth that I see people trying to grapple with. And when I put it into a story like this, I get a lot of people talking to me about it in a way that if I were to start up with an essay and stand in front of everyone and say, here is why tourism is really complicated and has good things and bad things, and they change the landscape. And I want to yell at you about this for a while. There's going to be a resistance to that. So as a storyteller, you can say like, okay, set this all aside for a second and let's just pretend and look at this from a different angle and stretch this a little bit and see if I can get you to read a story and think about it when I'm done. And that's kind of what, you know, that's what some of the storytelling mode is. Cadwell?
Yeah, since you talked about aliens, I'm going to talk about, you know, the lesson, which is
as you should.
Yeah, alien invasion set in the Virgin Islands. And one of the things that I was trying to do with that was like, I mean, part of it is just wanting to write about aliens. It's fun. But the other part of it is using it to talk about faith, talk about colonialism, to talk about othering and power and cycles of violence. And, you know, the Ina in the story, they respond to threats with a disproportionate amount of violence. So like if you stub their toe, they respond very aggressively. And I wanted to explore what that kind of response would engender within the community. And so for me, at least, that's stuff that is true already. You know, like we think about that and we talk about that, and we've had these experiences, especially when we think about colonialism, with people or being stronger than ourselves, you know, in one capacity, invading and taking advantage of a local populace, and what that feels like and what that creates, you know, in a community, the cycles of trauma that engender. And so, you know, I wanted to talk about that, but didn't want to talk about it on its face like Tobias was talking about. I didn't want to write an essay, so I wrote about aliens instead. And for me, that was like an exciting way to engage with, you know, a trope that I really love. Like I grew up with my mom watching Star Trek movies and watching sci-fi movies. And I wanted to engage with that trope, but I also wanted to use that trope to say something about our real world. And so there's a way that science fiction, speculative fiction in general, can be used as a prism to talk about, and it's always being used as a prism to talk about ourselves. The other thing I wanted to mention in response to something Tobias said earlier was when I wrote a story that was in the Best American, I think it was in the, no, it wasn't in that same year. It was in another year that you were also in the Best American, Tobias. And it's called Loneliness is in Your Blood, and it's about a sukunya, or sukuyant. And I feel like anyone in the Caribbean would recognize that. You know, I grew up hearing stories about this being, and I wrote a story about it. And for me, it was something that as a child, I legitimately felt was real and still feels real to me. You know, there was a house up the street from my grandmother that it was like a local story that the Cowfoot lady lived there. And so, you know, I haven't written that story, but one day I'd like to write the story of the Cowfoot lady actually living in that house up the street and what that would be like. And I think that I recognize in Caribbean people this capacity already to believe in things that are, you know, that are stretching the truth, that are, you know, outside of what we consider to be real in our, like, in the traditional sense.
So what kind of people populate your stories? Do you ever deal with race, gender, race, gender issues? Do you ever deal with that? I mean, how do you, what kind of people populate the work that you produce?
Is this for both of us?
Yes, it is.
Okay. Yeah, I'll jump in and say, yeah, always. Even when I'm writing a story, I wrote a short story called Monsters Come Howling in Their Season, and it's about an AI, but it's really about like how an island, St. Thomas specifically, responds. It's in the future. It's like 2050. How they're responding to a recent hurricane, but they're using the AI to respond to that recent hurricane. So it's like, you know, exploring humanity and how humanity comes together in crisis. It's also about robots. You know, so it's, I'm always dealing with those subjects. I'm just also dealing with other things, and those other things are in conversation with those subjects.
Yeah, I mean, what was strange for my fiction when I was coming into science fiction was the fact that I was using Caribbean people who, you know, had dialect and was exploring all of that of my background, right? You know, was trying to bring, you know, a half of my family back into the genre through that. And yeah, it's something that I'm very passionate about, you know, and even my stories that people don't think are about the Caribbean are usually come from a seed of some Caribbean moment. My story, Zen and the Art of Starship Maintenance, is much loved in the science fiction community and it's been reprinted now like 10 times. It's probably my most successful short story to date. On the surface of it, it's about a robot in the far, 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 far future. And yet that story came out of me attending a presentation at my very first VI Lit Fest, where one of my, that was the one that was in the Best American Science Fiction. And that is a story that came out of me attending, a fellow Grenadian's presentation here at VI Lit Fest. And she was presenting about a history of nonviolent protest in pre-revolutionary times. So slaves who used, enslaved people who used work slowdowns, taking commands literally, walking off, downing of tools, all of these things that, in many traditional educations, you basically were taught that those things first appeared out of nowhere with Gandhi. Right. And that's where you think all of that innovation comes from. But it turns out that nonviolent protest was used back in the day when the consequences were incredibly severe. for doing these things. They were still being used to demonstrate that this is a nonviolent protest, but everyone's behind it. I ended up buying the book about the research into some of that and reading it. And it was a very academic text, of course. But out of that came this sort of desire to kind of examine some of the ins and outs of unexpected places to see nonviolent protests be used, particularly those, growing up, obviously I passed for white, half my family's white, the other half is Grenadian, right? So I grew up around hearing a lot of expats, right? And the things they say. And a lot of the sort of work slowdown methodologies, taking things literally, protest against unfair work conditions are still being used by people today, right? And you still hear frustration about that stuff. And it's usually coded as laziness, right? Or inability to work. And not like we're paying someone less than minimum wage and taking advantage of them. So they're taking orders literally. Why? It's a way of pushing back against an unfair system, right? And so looking at all this stuff, I just began to sort of explore, how that could be used in other situations. And I came up with Zen and the Art of Starship Maintenance, which is about a robot that just starts taking its orders literally, not because it's a robot, but to actually push back against oppression, push back against the oppressive system. No one really sees the Caribbean side of it, but for me, it's entirely a story that came out of sort of my Caribbean experience and research, and going to listen to a fellow Grenadian present on their research and being completely blown away that our ancestors were using these tools 300, 200, 100 years ago, and to help improve their situations, which to me was inspiring, saddening, made me very emotional. And of course, you look at something like that and it comes out in other places. Karen Lord once said after reading one of my short story collections, she's like, you can take the boy out of the Caribbean, but you can't take the Caribbean out of the boy. And she was just calling all the different little Caribbean things in each of those stories, even if they don't look it. So this stuff always just suffuses the work. I can't help it, nor do I want to.
So can I suggest that perhaps for each of you that there is some kind of political purchase in your writings? Do you always write with the kind of purpose to do something, to say something? How do you begin? I mean, I know that it's all part of the process, but Tobias, I've read some of your pieces and I see some politics in there in terms of some commentaries that are being made through the characters, and the same thing for Calderaro. Do you consciously set out to make a comment about your society and the issues within society through your characters and through the worlds that you create in your work?
How conscious is it, Cadwell?
I think very, very conscious. All my stories aren't necessarily trying to say something political. Sometimes I'm like exploring something existential, a question about life and death, or like why do we exist, or what is the universe? Those things are big questions that I think speculative fiction is well equipped to explore. But very often I'm exploring something political. And I think I come to it from different angles sometimes. Sometimes I come to it, specifically from the character and what's going on in the character's life and how they're rubbing up against politics. I don't think that you can live or exist in this world without rubbing up against something political. And so, occasionally I'll be writing a story and then the politics will just start to seep into it. But often, I'm thinking about a thing that I feel particularly passionate about or upset about. I'm very passionate about solidarity economics, democratic workplaces, and so that shows up a lot in my fiction. Characters that co-own businesses with groups of people, and they have to learn how to exist together in the same space and govern this thing together and make sure that it survives. And that in the recent novel that's coming out in a little bit, there's a cooperative bookstore, that's owned by the workers in the bookstore. And so those things just sometimes it's very, very intentional. Like I wanted that bookstore to be in there. So, but then characters will be, you know, living their lives and then they'll hit up against something, you know, it's often accidental or it's kind of, I don't know, it just comes out of the soup of creating something and they'll, you know, have to reckon with some political aspect of their existence.
So yeah, like when I started writing, and I don't know what it was like for you, Cadwell, there are a lot of people who kept saying like, you know, you're here to entertain. You're not here to like get your politics in front of me. You're here to just entertain. But like, you know, I have these two reactions to it, right? One, like allow me to be arrogant for a little bit, but I'm hella entertaining. Like that's kind of like what I want to do, right? So like that, you know, we talk about the deep stuff in the fiction, but like in order for it to be published, it has to be hella entertaining. I mean, for me or Cadwell to get these books picked up by these editors, to be represented by the agents, like that's kind of like the minimum of what we have to do. And once you hit that, then there's all this other stuff, right? Which is that you have a lived experience, and these things come out. Like I'm always interested in power, and that's just fun for me, right? I'm always interested in people trying to navigate a world where there are much larger powers than your own, and that comes from growing up on a variety of different islands, obviously, right? That's always in my work is relationships with power. I don't set out to kind of like say that this is something I'm going to hit you with. But it's just something that I'm like, as I research, the things that fascinate me tend to pop up and I grab them like like it's, look, this is shiny and I put it in my work. And sometimes I'm not even thinking about it really that high until like later on when someone goes like, you know, did you mean to like examine the power structures of X, Y, and Z? I'm like, well, I was reading a lot about X, Y, and Z, but I didn't purposely set out to put it in the work. I was just like suffused with it. And then the other thing is like, I mean, damn, listen to Bob Marley. Everyone loves grooving along to him, even if they're tourists sitting there drinking out of a coconut. But like, listen to the lyrics. There's so much going on there that's just in your face political, right? And yet it's also entertainment. And yes, it's also like powerful and moving. So this idea that art shouldn't sort of speak truth to power or get angry or be political. I mean, I grew up with so many Calypso singers saying exactly what they thought about different government policies or different politicians growing up that I never really understood until I came to the States and was trying to learn how to be a writer, that I was supposed to separate my art and politics. I didn't really understand that there was a distinction. I mean, it was like art is about life, right? Yeah, exactly. And politics affect the hell out of your life. So if you're going to talk about life, you're going to talk about politics, just in the way that like Dickens talked about like kids being used for cheap labor back in the 1860s, because he looked at that and he was just like, oh, this is horrifying. I'm going to write Oliver Twist, right? Like a lot of what we forget is that like, you know, we're so far removed from that now that we're just sort of like, oh yeah, it was really horrible that these kids were orphaned and starving and like had to work in poorhouses and stuff like that. Isn't that all just like great window dressing for this story? And like Dickens was just sort of like, no, he was howling into the void, you know? And so I just kind of see like this, you know, the same kind of tradition, you know, Cadwell and I are both working in, where it's just sort of like, yeah, we're addressing life.
Okay, we have some questions in the chat. Somebody's sorry for me that I all of a sudden have to become the interlocutor here, but I hope that I'm doing okay here. One question from Charlene is, have you had any unexpected or surprising reactions to any aspect of your fictional work? Either one, it doesn't matter which one, Cadwell or
Cadwell, you want to take it? You tossing it to me?
Yeah.
There's a source of, I mean, when you get, I don't know, like you know, when I get together with a bunch of other Caribbean science fiction writers, there's always a sort of frustration in terms of how seriously we're getting taken. People respond in weird ways, yeah. In terms of like in the US, it's like people read us on a level of entertainment first. And so all the stuff that we're talking about today, I don't know about you, Cadwell, but it can be hard to find reviewers or readers who pick up on these deeper layers of things that we're trying to discuss or grapple with. I just saw a quote, I think it was P. Jelly Clark or someone else. It flashed across Twitter and my memory is horrible because I was on some heavy painkillers at the time, recovering from a procedure. But someone said something recently that, you know, sometimes their work gets dismissed because they're just like, oh, this is like science fiction, but with some, you know, some people of color in it. And we've already seen this kind of thing. He's like, sometimes just having a person of color in the science fiction is revolutionary because it's a statement of we're here, right? And so I remember like a lot of early reviews would sometimes say like, this is like fun Caribbean, this is fun space adventure with fast spaceships and people blowing each other up, but with Caribbean people. But we've all seen people running around in space blowing each other up before. It's Star Wars, you know, so there's nothing special about this. And I'm like, you know what's special about this? No one has Caribbean, you know, a bunch of dreadlock dudes running captains, being the captains of starships with Caribbean dialect blowing each other up. So like, please, you know, there was a lot of kind of like surprising stuff in how I didn't want to be as dismissed as I was sometimes. That's been like very frustrating. The other frustrating side is that some of the bad guys in the fiction are have explicitly colonialist attitudes and say explicitly colonial things. And occasionally I get someone who says, I don't understand why these are the bad guys in the story. And so sometimes you deal with that and you're like, I don't know how to unpack that for you.
Oh man. Yeah, I've had, oh, sorry, go ahead, Elsa.
Go ahead, Cadwell, no problem.
No, I was gonna say I've had people respond like that to the Ina, like my alien race that, you know, arrives. They are like, they were fine. Why were the locals overreacting to what they were doing? They brought all kinds of good stuff. So why are they so upset? And, you know, this is, you know, not recognizing the history of colonialism where, you know, these oppressive forces would bring good things, you know, but, you know, most of what they brought was a boot, you know? And so like having those kind of conversations where, you know, people approach me in person and ask me like, why are they, you know, the Ina the villains? Yeah, it's really hard to unpack. It's so like, I'm like just taken aback by it and don't know how to respond in, you know, in that immediate interaction. And yeah, it's, I find that I'm very, very interested in writing things that have like stuff going on at the surface, but then like a ton of stuff happening underneath. And I get really excited when someone approaches me and engages with it, with the stuff underneath, they like pick it up. But that doesn't always happen because it's science fiction, right? Like I put a lot of thought into what's going on with the characters, what they're saying and what they're not saying in you know, in conversations. And so, you know, sometimes you'll get the response that a particular character isn't developed because they're not developed in the way that some people might expect them to be developed in like a sci-fi novel. They're a lot of the things that I'm trying to say are submerged, and people are not reading the submerged parts. So definitely.
Here's a question for you, Tobias. It's kind of a segue from a question that I want to ask about. What did you read as a child that influenced your writing? And the question that is here is says, what was your inspiration for the Aztecas? And what was your inspiration for the Aztecas? And
the Hongua. And the
Hongua in the Xenowealth universe.
I was, you know, well, I mean, on just a raw reactive level, I remember being at Westmoreland in Grenada when I was very young, and they had, I don't know how many people in the audience would have gotten this, but they had these illustrated history primers that came out of Trinidad. And one of them had some details about Aztec human sacrifice. And I remember, you know, being a little freaked out and fascinated as well, as you are as a kid. And so the inspiration there just came out of that initial surprise, and then going out and reading a ton at the time. Like I said, everything suffuses. So I started, just after I graduated university, I started reading about, there was a Catholic priest named Sahugan who went around the countryside interviewing a lot of former Mexica, and basically just trying to capture their beliefs and their history before they were fully wiped out. And so he wrote down a lot of stuff that helps us kind of understand what the world was like before 1492 in that area. And one of the fascinating things he had in there was this observation that like, he said, you know, for Christianity, he's like, God sends his only son down to get sacrificed to save you all. And he's like, and what is more valuable than blood, right? You sacrifice a chicken to the gods, that's just a chicken, but sacrifice a human being, that's paying incredible respect to the gods. And so like when you're taught about Aztec human sacrifice in school, it's usually done from a holy crap, can you believe this was done perspective. But like Sahuagin captures this discussion between like a former priest of that, who said that like, you know, like this was us incredibly honoring the gods. And you start to see this window into this completely different viewpoint, this different experience that is not your initial kind of like, oh my God, that's so horrific and wild and weird and almost like pulp fiction-y, to this like very, whether you agree with it or not, you start to understand it, right? And it's those moments for me that are fascinating in literature. And so what I wanted to do in that book was give you a viewpoint of them being, looking at it differently. And so Oashkatl, who's one of the characters in my first novel, Crystal Rain, is very much in that viewpoint and is trying to bring it across to everyone. So that's just what I was trying to do. I was trying to keep it alive because no one's ever heard. I don't talk to a lot of people who've read Sahuagin or who understand why the Mexica did what they did. It's usually sensationalized. And yes, I sensationalized it a little bit in my first book. I totally will plead guilty to that. And I've gotten some letters from people from Central America who feel that I, complicated about what I did. And I totally respect that. But I just wanted to keep that perspective alive because at that point, there was no internet. The world was so different than it is now. It was like, the late 90s, early 2000s. I was doing research by myself. And every time I talked to someone, I'd be like, oh, Sahuagin has this amazing perspective on what human sacrifice was about among the Aztecs. And everyone was just like, what the crap? So you're just, it's just trying to like I said, suffuses. You learn, you find this stuff and you want to share it with people. And I just wanted to share it with people.
I think my experience of saying "oh crap" according to what you just said, that trying to use your language, is when I visited Peru and did a tour, and wow. it was a very not a big deal kind of explanation about how it was done. The prettiest and the youngest and most virginal girl was the family gave her up so that she could be sacrificed, so that her sacrifice to the gods would help the land to produce and so on. And they told us how it was done, and people were buying the little ornaments that's used for the sacrifice and the little jumbi beads. And we know the jumbi beads that was part of the sacrificial drink that you gave I'm using the word victim here, but to the subject, was being sold as armbands and little things like that. So I hear you about that. Really freaked me out, and it is something that would be a very magical subject to write about. And somebody wrote, "I'm thoroughly enjoying my Sunday afternoon with all of you. I'm inspired and feel as though I've met several writing soulmates. Carry on, as we say in Trinidad and Tobago. Big respect." And then another person said, the best part of Toshia Seals was the one that said that. And the other one is Lafleur. Lafleur says, the best part of speculative fiction for me is a defamiliarization element, something that disturbs my equilibrium. It doesn't have to be a huge alien invasion or anything big. How do you define that invisible line between realism and specific? Mm-hmm. Or maybe instead of define, I should ask, how do you capture it in your writing? That line between realism and specific.
Yeah, I'll jump in with some thoughts. So when I was writing the lesson, I wanted to create an alien invasion that was a soft invasion. So it wasn't, aliens coming and going to war with humans. The aliens in the story aren't at war with humanity. There's like some violent conflict, but it's very suppressed. And really the Ina are there to do something and leave, right? It's their point is not to invade and take over the story. So, you know, a big chunk of the story is just people going about their regular lives and Ina walking around in the background. And that to me was the most exciting part to write. There's not a lot of explosions and shooting and, you know, big blockbuster moments. There's a lot of, an Ina is sitting at the bar drinking a beer, and you know, another character shows up to the bar and is uncomfortable and is dealing with his own feelings about the Ina being so close, or the Ina committing an act of violence against a young boy because the young boy, you know, took a swing at one of the Ina and the Ina responded disproportionately, and how that affects the family and how the family feels about that and looks back at that event, and how the, you know, the older brother, because of, you know, some ideas around masculinity, feels like the need to avenge that death, and that leads to, you know, bigger problems down the line. And so, yeah, the most exciting part for me in SpecFic is like playing with that line where you could almost see it happening. Like the Ina look like humans in the story. Like I've tried to like paint over as much of the strangeness as possible, but there's just little moments where they act strangely. Their movements are really jerky. They have like, they'll move really slowly and then really fast. They're very threatening when they're in scenes, but they also blend into scenes. And I was very excited to like play with that kind of murky middle where the aliens are not that alien, but you have to be careful who you're in a situation, who you're disrespecting, because the aliens might respond. You might mistakenly, there's a scene where a guy is drunk and he's just having a moment, and he interacts with one of the Ina, not realizing it was an Ina, and ends up dying. And you know, those kind of beats were really, you know, exciting to me because it's so close to being real.
The question is really good. I don't worry about the difference between realism and science fiction or fantasy or anything like that. I'm interested in a story. And so I'm not trying to worry about the categories or where the line is. I'm interested in like what the story needs for it to be interesting to me. Now, of course, I love science fiction and fantasy. So 9 times out of 10, even when I try to start a realistic story, it veers off because, you know, a ghost appears or, you know, something like that happens, which sounds like it's out of my control, but it's more like those are my interests. And so like when I'm looking at the story, I'm like, what would make this interesting for me to be spending the next 2 weeks of my life working on it? What would make this interesting to me if this is a novel that I have to write for the next, you know, year of my life? And so I go there. And so it's more, what am I giving myself the freedom to do? If I don't have any constraints, if I don't have to worry about what people are going to think, if I don't have to worry about what's expected of me, where am I going to go with this story? And that's kind of where I take off. Alscess, we have a question in the Q&A section from Nicola. Did you see that?
No, I didn't.
Yes, it's
okay.
How do you see the relationship of Caribbean cultures to technology and the development of the region's futurescapes? How do you see the relationship of Caribbean cultures to technology and the development of the region's futurescapes?
So Cadwell and I can both actually point to an anthology that we were recently in. I want to get the title right because, of course, I'm blanking. Even though we were both in Reclaim, Restore, Return: Futurist Tales from the Caribbean. If you go to either of our websites, we should have a link to that in our bibliography. And that was put on with help with Bocas Lit Fest. Karen Lord and I edited it, and we brought together stories by Karen and Cadwell and Nalo and me and others, basically trying to answer that question, basically looking at speculative fiction that deals with the future of the region. Because all of us are very passionately interested in the future of the region and being able to tell some stories from our perspective about the future of the region. Because the future of the region is usually defined and stories told by developers, outside developers, politicians looking for money to come in, but how many bottom-up futures are being imagined? Cadwell, you're doing some really fantastic work with this in your short fiction, so I'd love to hear your take.
Yeah, I also wanted to say something real quick in response to what you said earlier. Yeah, I wrote one short story, a novelette that was realist, and then when I revised it, it became, time travel and multiverse stuff. So, like, I also feel like a sense of kinship to that answer you gave, where you try, even if you really wanted to, you couldn't write a realist story, because what gets you excited or jazzed up about a story is that element, that speculative element. And so, yeah, I totally relate to that. The story that was in that anthology with Tobias is the Monsters Come Howling in Their Season story, where it's set in the future, 2050, St. Thomas. Climate change has affected the region. The hurricanes are more frequent, they're terrible. And, the islands have done a lot of work to change their architecture and use their technology in certain ways. There's like a microgrid system, and the structures are still made of concrete, but they're kind of domed off. And there's all of these things that the islands have been doing to kind of withstand these hurricanes. But one of the things they're also doing is using cooperatives, my big passion, to fund these kinds of like relief efforts within the community and keep property within the community. So, I've talked to Tobias before about like disaster capitalism, or where a hurricane will go through an island and rip up, someone's home, and they can't afford to build it back. So they end up leaving, and they go stateside, or they move somewhere else. And someone comes in and buys up that property really cheap. And so the way that the community has been able to insulate themselves from that is to have like these like cooperative funds that are owned by the island, that are owned by the region, and that are governed by the community. And so they will put the funds where they need to do rebuilding. And it's a community thing. And they'll also have like all of these like, response mechanisms that are, created for the community to help people when they need, resources after a hurricane. And one of those things is artificial intelligence that they co-own and co-govern, and that they fill with information about what people need and where they need it, and they monitor each other in that way. And I explore some of the murkiness of that question, like, because the AI is encroaching in their privacy, but they're kind of letting it encroach in their privacy because it's really helpful as a resource. And so that was like my gray area thing. But it also was, there's a reporter in that story that had went away because she had experienced when she was young Hurricane Irma, which went through St. Thomas and did a lot of damage. And she was just returning to do this story, and she ends up sticking around because she sees this community. And so for me, imagining technology in the future is not just imagining like what we think of as technology, the stuff, but also imagining social systems that can help us be more robust, help us fight back against these challenges that we face.
So one of the things I'm in the middle of doing, and it's slowed down due to the COVID and the amount of work I have on my plate, but Karen Lord and I got together to create the Caribbean Futures Institute. It's a nonprofit. And what we're trying to do is create a think tank that does like real traditional futures consultancy and thinking about challenges that the islands are facing. And so for this anthology was a joint operation between the Caribbean Futures Institute and Vocus Lit Fest. And we're hoping to do some more work like that. And by using writers to imagine possible ways to adapt to challenges that we're facing. Because it's one thing to read a white paper that is like a long, description of the problem and dry solutions. But to put things into narrative, to tell a story is very powerful. We respond to metaphor so well as human beings. And so we're hoping to create more of this fiction that can be disseminated for people to take a look at. And my story was trying to deal with the fact that there is right now throughout the Caribbean, and there's some really great papers, studies on this, CARICOM has put out, where inter-island transportation is a problem. We all have to fly to Miami and then some other island whenever you're going somewhere. There's a lot of cargo holdups, and in the Virgin Islands, we have the cargo holdup of legally cargo has to be delivered by U.S. companies. It's part of a World War II Act that was passed. Puerto Rico and the Virgin Islands have to be sourced by only American companies, which have basically lock-ins on some of the shipping, right? That causes shipping prices to go up, which means that you then have it's just another unfair, unequal piece of inequity baked into the entire structure of living there, which causes prices to go up. So it's one of the things I'm really interested in is how you fix that. So I'm playing with some stories that look at inter-island shipping, whether it's from, sail power, old sail power, wooden boats, or repurposing cruise ships. I didn't realize how bad COVID was going to be on the cruise ship industry, but my story in there was about a cruise ship being repurposed as transportation and cargo. And being run as, and Cadwell would probably love this, as a co-op, an entire cruise ship run as a co-op, because your average cruise ship makes a 20% profit. It's never returned to any of the islands.
So what role does research play? And this is the last question. I know Ms. Coffey was supposed to be the person doing this. She was the interlocutor. So your responses have sort of helped to gel the whole thing together. So I really appreciate how this has worked. What role does research play in your writings? Because you're talking about architecture, and you're talking about economics, you're talking about wind power and solar power, you're talking about robotics. It means that you have to be fairly, your truths can be stretched, but there must be some level of accuracy, and so there needs to be some kind of research. So what role is research, and how do you do that?
So when I was writing the lesson, I really wanted to have some scenes that were set back in the slave era. So there's a section of the book that is set during the St. John slave insurrection of 1733, and in order to write that part, because it's kind of a spoiler, there's an alien there, and they're experiencing this insurrection through their own lens. And it was a really interesting moment to explore how Ina view strength and responding to threats, and how this slave insurrection was representing something that was challenging this Ina's perspective. But what was really fun was going back and doing the research and trying to, I don't know if it was fun, it was actually depressing. Was going back and doing the research and reading about the slave insurrection. I, read a lot of books that were fun to read, and then also books that were really hard to read. I read some people's dissertations about the Kwamu during that time when they had rose to power, and then they were, this was the tribe that was at the head of this insurrection. They rose to power through selling some of their neighboring tribes into slavery, and then some of those neighboring tribes rose up and took over and then sold them. And so there was all of these interesting inter-tribe dynamics happening as the insurrection was happening as well. And most of that didn't end up in a book, but it was interesting to read it. And, I just spent, the better part of a year, just like when it was hard to get through, just giving myself I'll read 3 pages a day of these really dense books to make sure that I get through all of it. And a lot of stuff ended up on the cutting room floor, but I would not have gotten to the places I needed to get to without doing that kind of research.
I think that's where the depth comes from. It's where other ideas come from. You don't know what's going to make it into the final piece. You don't know what's going to make it into the cutting room. You don't know what's going to be set aside for a story later. There are little pieces of things that I've read, 10 years ago that will become stories in a year or two. I've made my little notes, and it's just all goes into the creative well, and it kind of ferments and becomes something else. And you want to have a lot of that research in there. Not even like you're specifically doing it for each chapter of the book, but it's just general research, so that it all goes back into that subconscious. And then when you start to reach for something as you're writing, you're looking for something, you can kind of reach past the obvious idea and reach for something deeper back in there that's come from all these ideas jostling against each other and kind of melding into something different and new. And I think that's kind of the wellspring that feeds the work.
Okay, well, great. Well, this was a very, it turned out well. The team, we've been doing a lot of talking behind the scene about how we're going to address this with there's no interlocutor, but it worked out. Your interlocutor had technical difficulties, and so we were able to do it. We're at the end of our program now, and I want to thank you so much for sharing with us, and I hope that you would inspire the next generation of Virgin Islands writers. I think this festival is about trying to cultivate writers, trying to encourage people to ideate and to trust their imagination. And so we hope that each year you come, every time you come to the festival, we make it a point to invite you because we think you're model writers, model Virgin Islands creations, and we want our young people to begin to write and ideate because that's how we're going to save this society. And some of the ideas you're talking about point directly to that, to the kind of things that happen. And we need new ideas to help to save the society and make us whole as to the extent that we can be whole. So I thank you very much. And the next person up is Ms. Cowie. Am I pronouncing your name right?
Ms. Cowie seems to have dropped out. So we will hear from Mr. Calvin Mills.
Okay, very good.
And then he will be the final presenter for this afternoon. He is a contributor to volume 35, and he'll be doing a 3-minute reading from his work.
Actually, Ms. Cowie is back, so she can read after Mr. Mills.
Okay,
great. Okay.
Go ahead.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Very well.
Well, thank you very much. I just wanted to extend my appreciation to all of you for this festival and for particularly the Caribbean writer. You've published 3 of my stories over the years, and this is the first time I've published a poem, but it means a lot to me. One of my very first stories was published in the Caribbean Writer and won the Isadora Paiwanski Prize, I think it was, and was nominated for a pushcart. And much of my time as a writer has been framed by work that's appeared over time in the Caribbean Writer. So I really appreciate everything that the magazine does. So this poem was written in Costa Rica. It's called De Bravo's Tongue. When I first arrived in Costa Rica, the first thing I did was I went to the bookstore and I said, show me all your Costa Rican authors. And I bought just handfuls of books, was introduced to a bunch of authors there in the country that I hadn't heard about anywhere else and couldn't find in English in many cases. So this poem is about reading one of these books of poems by Jorge de Bravo. It's called De Bravo's Tongue. Perched at a lacquered desk in a rented room in Escazú, I stare through barred windows at San Jose and the valley below. Pausing in my work, translating a slim book of poems by Jorge de Bravo, I envision his corpse in the street, victim of a drunk driver in 1967. I let myself feel the warm air that bleeds through the slat windows, hear the unfamiliar call of a spoon-billed flycatcher, and watch as palm fronds, like raised hands with hundreds of fingers, tickle the buffeting air. Leaning back against my chair to relieve a back incessantly curled toward the page like a prawn, the light between myself, the desk, and the rest of the world shifts its angle, revealing scrawled ballpoint indentations of words from postcards and travel logs, letters and journals pressed through the pages and into the soft yellow-grained wooden surface of the desk. The light reveals fragments of phrases, shapes of whole sentences in Spanish, French, English, and more. Some lines run nearly parallel the desk's edge, some diagonal, but almost all start close to the routered blade of wood against which I sit and flow slowly away toward the window, toward the outside world. Like the postcards and letters themselves, even upon their beginnings, they're already crawling away from their writers, readying to embrace their flight into the world, to land in the gentle hands of their patrons. I find words, letters, indecipherable scrawls and curls slipping along the yellow surface of the wood. I wonder at their permanence, etched into the lacquered surface. I ponder their intentions, taste them with my fingertips, as if I might decipher their braille. I note the clarity of a single word, apple, an out-of-place fruit in the land of mango and maracuya. But the word apple, like every word, like its unknown writer, travels too. The page it inhabited has long since sprouted stamped wings and flown away. I gather my notepad and pencils, the slim volume of De Bravo's carefully curated words, and prepare to translate another line, prepare to send his poem out into the world with a new tongue in its mouth. I pray it flies, by stamp, by page, by electric wire, or ether, or air, that is to say, however it might, into the arms of someone who will consume the poet's words, push them through her lips, and taste them on her tongue. The bitter flavor here, this is De Bravo's biography of heartache. The sweetness you detect is maracuya.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Mr. Mills. And now we'll have Catherine Esther Cowie.
Hi. Hi, everyone. So I'm originally from the island of St. Lucia. Right now I live in the Midwest in the US. And this poem was inspired by the poem that I'm about to read, historical events that occurred after emancipation in St. Lucia, the assertion of self-identification amongst the former enslaved. For example, renaming themselves, Catherine became Catish. And then the expression of self, what lived in the imagination, became real, the vibrant dresses, worn in public in the very presence of white officials and plantation owners. So the poem is called Color Flood, St. Lucia, 1841. The women broke out into split oranges and red suns, wore reams of madras spun into headpieces and jupes, petticoats trimmed with broderie and glaze, washed with blue soap and left out in the sun to bleach into a blinding white. They loved the clang of bangles rattling up and down their wrists. On Sundays, they flooded the streets, crowded through the church doors. Too loud for God, the priest said. The women pressed into the pews like bodies corralled in plantation cabins. The sugar planters sat together, bunched in with the governor. Some gawked, others kept them eye trained on the altar. Too much color. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. And what I'd like to say as a final word, thank you very much for those of you who stuck with us all afternoon. It's a pleasure to bring this festival. It was a lot of hard work and a lot of coordination, a lot of things behind the scenes, but we pulled it off, guys. We did it again. And so I looked at the calendar, and we like to always set the date before we end this festival. And so the date for next year, we'll go back to our original dates, which would be the 8th, 9th, and 10th of April. That is before Easter, then you have Easter, and then there's Carnival. So we'll go back to that date, and then the week of Carnival is actually, the week before Carnival is the week when Bocas has their festival. So we have been at the first week in April. So the 8th, 9th, and the 10th will be for next year. And our theme for volume 36 is disruptions, disguise, and illuminations. And that is usually the theme of the festival. So disruptions, disguise, and illuminations. And right now we're accepting submissions for volume 36, which is themed disruptions, disguise, and illuminations. And hopefully we've been working very, very, very hard, Charlene and I, to make sure that we got volume 35 out just in, you wouldn't believe the nights we didn't sleep to get volume 35 out just for the festival. So it's available at the website. You can go up and purchase it. If you are a contributor, you get a free copy. We no longer can send you a physical copy because it has become so prohibitive in cost that if you want us to send you that, you'd have to pay for the shipment. But we want to thank everyone for coming, and we want to encourage those of you who have stuck with us to take the word out that we are encouraging Virgin Islands writers, and that we hope that next year someone here will have a book that's been inspired by the Lit Fest, and we can feature it at the festival. So thank you, thank you, thank you, and have a great evening and a great week ahead of you. Are there any questions, any comments as we close? We want to thank the team. Today we had Ray J backing up Adrian and Matthias, of course Charlene and Yvette, and I saw Elaine in the chat. I saw Carol Henneman was in the chat as well. And
we want to, of course, extend thanks again and appreciation to our sponsors.
Right, very good. Our sponsors include the Department of Tourism, the Caribbean Museum Center for the Arts, Pepperpot Press VI, which is a new publishing company on the island, the VI Lottery, St. Croix Foundation, the University of the Virgin Islands, Kane Roots Art Gallery, the Department of Tourism. I thank you.
And Undercover Books.
And Undercover Books. Undercover Books. Those have been our sponsors, and they've been with us for a long time. And Yvette, did I forget anything? There's anything that anybody we didn't mention, please? I don't want to, you know, when you get tired like this, sometimes you tendency to forget. You think is there anything?
No, that's fine. I think you have it covered. I was just chuckling at something in the chat. Can we do this once a month? Someone is asking.
Oh my, if they only knew. Today especially was a bit of almost a heart attack situation.
Well, perhaps if they lead the charge, we'll
yeah, if they lead the charge. Right? If they lead the charge, we will certainly help.
Yes.
They can lead the charge. And we're looking for people from St. John to come on board with the Lit Fest so we can spread it across the territory. I think Richard Georges is going to be doing something in Tortola. So we're trying to take possession of our intellectual capital and not lose that as well. So that's very important for us that we take advantage of that and we encourage our people to write and produce. So.
Ms. Brown, if I may just say, we just want to also thank you for your hard work.
Oh, thank you, thank you. You know, it would be nothing without you guys. So I am actually.
Well, there'd be no VI Lit Fest if you weren't working as hard as you are and do.
Well, thank you very much. You guys are making me blush, but I think that I have been very fortunate to have such wonderful people to work with, and I wish you guys a good week. Yvette, have a wonderful week. I know you have a big week ahead of you, and Charlene and I have our load to carry. I see Sele had to have a good week at school. Matthias, I know you have a heavy day at UVI, heavy week at UVI next week. And Adrian, you and the babies and your wife, you take care. You have just been an incredible daddy and an incredible technician. I know you're babysitting while you're doing all of this. So we really appreciate, we love you. Cadwell, Tobias, Yakima Coffee, who is still here with us. Thank you very much.
Yes, and thank you for all the attendees, those who, who's not all the faces that we can see, but of course we appreciate your presence. So
yeah, I think we had over the last couple of days, we had over 150 different people coming in and out. So we had a good number. I think, Adrian, am I right with that? Over the last couple of days, it's almost 200 in terms of coming in and out?
From what I see in the back end, yes.
Okay. All right, good. Well, take care. And
Okay.
Calvin, continue to write.
Okay.
Right.
Bye, everyone. Thanks,
Bye-bye.
Alscess. Bye.
Okay, bye-bye. Sure.
All right, once I hit end, it will end for everyone. Okay, so I'm hitting that now.
No! I'm joking.